Hello? Can anyone hear me? Hello? Can you guys hear me? Oh my god. Sorry, I was rushing to get a few things together because I decided to actually like pull up some stuff for this discussion, so. Wait, fuck. Wait, can you guys hear me? Oh yeah. Hello. God, why are my frames dropping? This sucks. Hello. Hi. Hope you guys are doing well. I think this stream will actually be very interesting because about everything that you're dropping. And the thing is, bro, ever since freaking Tuesday, a lot of stuff has changed about everything. 12 minutes late, Jay. Need to work on that timing. Shut. Let me live my life, okay? Let me live my life. No, I can't hear. Shut up. Shut up. Shut up. Sorry. I'm not mute. Shut up. I'm not mute. My freaking OBS says I'm not mute. Hello. But yes, no, I think this one is gonna be... Fuck, is there a delay? Actually, there probably is delay because it says there's a lot of drop frames. That's fine. That's fine. We've gone through this before. But this one's gonna be a little different because I actually have some things, a lot of things pulled up, and I've been just kind of keeping tabs on everything. I will say I'm not gonna be able to cover everything, and I'm not like a drama / news VTuber, so do not expect this to be like a constant thing. It's just, this is like, I think I'm only really talking about this at the moment because it's just so big, right? Like, and the thing is, it's so big too because it kind of shattered my perception of like certain things about VTubing and how I felt about certain things. So thank you for the head pats, thank you. But it has really changed how I really felt about VTubing, and so I think that's why I wanted to cover it again. Everything, I'm not going to cover everything, but there are just a few things I wanted to highlight and a few things I wanted to bring up. So how I'm going to have this structured is I'm going to pull up some things. I already have some things pulled up on my browser so that we can go through them. And then we'll just talk about it. And then if I have anything more to talk about, I'll just talk about it while playing Mini Motorways, because we're still technically on the road to trying to complete all the achievements, but it just so happened that all this decided to happen. So are you gonna play mouthwashing ever again? Probably not. Probably not at the moment. But yeah, are my frame, oh my god, I hate this. Okay, so I'm on a new internet. I'm on a new internet because we were having frustrations with our old internet, and we just got it plugged in today, or not today, we had it plugged in yesterday. So I had to set up my new Wi-Fi on my computer and on my phone and on my iPad, and so I'm still trying to get used to it. So if, I guess for the next few streams, if the internet is down or not what it used to be, that's why. Because me and my mom got a whole new system because we're just being charged too much for what we had before. But I don't know. Again, this is the first day having it. So this is the first day having it, so I'm gonna just let it settle in. But I'm not gonna lie, it could be better, but it's okay. Hold on, let me look at my settings really quickly. But yeah, no, there's probably gonna be some stream delay because I have my new internet system. It's fine. It's okay. Sorry, I'm checking my settings again. Oh my god. Yeah, no. So yeah, we're probably gonna have to get used to this new internet for a while. So if things are not running as smoothly as they're supposed to, then I apologize. And also, there is probably going to be some delay. It might get better over time. It might get worse. You might have to refresh Twitch, come in and out of the app or whatever. So that's all I could say. I'm sorry. But let's pull everything up that has happened and that I want to kind of highlight a little bit. Oh my god, sometimes I love the community notes, because holy smokes, like when Vshojo posted their whenever they posted their freaking response, because that's what we're mainly gonna go over. When they posted their response, oh my god, they were so quick with it. But yeah, no. So if you do not know what has happened, Iron Mouse a few days ago made a video about how Vshojo has misplaced $500,000 for a charity specifically called the Immune Deficiency Foundation. And so she did a whole subathon around it. She did it with her. It was her and Connor. If you don't know who Connor is, he's CDawg VA. And so she came to light with the fact that Vshojo has misplaced those funds that was supposed to go to charity, but instead of giving it to the charity, they just kept it or spent it for something else. And so ever since that happened, so many people have been coming out about all the stuff that's been happening. And so first I wanted to read Vshojo's like thing, because I already read it myself, and it's spoiler, it's absolute dog shit. Spoiler. But we're gonna go over it anyway. And we're gonna just talk about it. Okay. Let me pull up here we go. Vshojo. Oh my god, I'm sorry, because I also read some of the comments and they were they were absolutely cooking them. And see at the top I have like all these tabs pulled up, but there is a reason why I have all these tabs pulled up. Promise. Anyway, so oh my god, this was Vshojo's response. So again, if you are kind of out of the loop of everything, again, I won't be covering every single thing because a lot of people have a lot of opinions, but I wanted to cover certain things because I thought certain things were very important. But yeah, first let's go over their response. So after this whole debacle with Iron Mouse and the whole thing. Oh, also one more thing before we go into it. The Iron Mouse's because she then made another initiative to raise money again because Vshojo took it, and now that initiative has officially hit $1 million. So literally within 48 hours, the community was able to raise $1 million, 2 times as much money as Vshojo stole. So Jovi, hello, I hope you're doing well. Again, there's probably a slight delay, so if you're hearing that later, I apologize. I have new internet, so we just haven't gotten used to it yet. Anyway, let's go into it. Vshojo's response. Again, I was absolutely baffled, but we're gonna go over it. So their response was, Vshojo has failed, and I've mismanaged the company into the situation you're all witnessing. So today I am sharing the difficult news that Vshojo is shutting down, and I take full responsibility for the decisions that led up to this point. I've been doing everything I can to fundraise and ride the ship these past few months. Is that a spelling error? And right the ship these past few months. but despite my efforts, we were in a worse position, and those I care about are now paying the price. Over the past few years, we raised around 1 million to pursue a bold talent-first approach in VTubing, prioritizing creators and community over short-term profits to achieve long-term sustainability. Our funding went directly to our creators through generous splits, debut investments, infrastructure, concerts, events, and staffing, all designed to support them. We also wanted talent to own their IP, which we knew was a unique creator-first approach to an agency. However, despite all our efforts, the business failed to generate the revenue we needed to sustain that model, and eventually we ran out of money. Additionally, I acknowledge that some of the money spent by the company was raised in connection with talent activity, which I later learned was intended for a charitable initiative. At this time, we were working hard to raise additional investment capital to cover our costs, and firmly believed, based on the information about us, we would be able to do so and cover all expenses. We were unsuccessful in our fundraising efforts. I made the decision to pursue funding, and I own its consequences. I am deeply sorry for all the talent, staff, friends, community members who believe in our brand. You did not deserve this. Justin Gunrun. If you do not know who Gunrun is the CEO. So Vshojo is an American-based talent agency. They did have a Japanese wing, but all those talents on the Japanese side also quit as well. And now this is Gunrun making a statement. So first off, the first thing that really pissed me off about this what was said here was the fact that, hold on, where did it say? I acknowledge that some of the money spent by the company was raised in connection with talent activity, which I later learned was intended for a charitable initiative. So this one's the thing that most people caught on quickly, is the fact that he is claiming that he did not know that money, $500,000, was for charity. But this is where the community notes comes in. This is where it comes in. Justin claims to not know the purpose of the funds, but he personally congratulated Ironmouse on the completion of her charity fundraising event and reposted Ludwig directly mentioning that half of the funds would go to charity. So oh my god, this pissed me off so bad. So he literally in his statement tried to claim that he did not know that money was for the initiative. But there is photo evidence too. Unfortunately, those have been deleted, so you would have to go back to the Wayback Machine to see it. But whenever Ironmouse made her when she was doing her charity, he retweeted it. He retweeted Ludwig when he mentioned it. So this idea that he didn't know is completely false. He did know because it was on his account. He knew that he knew. And there are some people trying to say, well, not everyone is tweeting on their sometimes that person isn't themselves tweeting on their own account, but they have like a manager to do that for them. And I'm not saying that that doesn't happen, because it does happen. For example, Bao, I think a while ago, quit VTubing. Oh wait, I forgot to turn off the music. Whoops. So Bao herself said a while ago she quit Twitter, and so the person who does run her Twitter is now one of her managers, or a manager of hers. So I'm not saying that's not a possibility, but to me, I still highly doubt the fact that he wasn't aware of what Mouse was doing, right? How are you, as the CEO of your company, not aware of a charity event that one of your biggest talents is holding, right? Because think about it from a business standpoint, right? One of your biggest talents, aka Ironmouse, is holding a charity event, right? First of all, that looks very good for the company. Oh, Ironmouse, who's a part of Vshojo, is running a charity event. For me, in my opinion, again, I'm not a business major. I do not have any like degrees or qualifications, but I'm just kind of using common sense here. if you're one of your biggest talents is holding a charity event, why would you not mention it and why would you not promote it? That wouldn't make any sense to me, because first of all, that's good PR on your end as a business. And second of all, that kind of helps you with your reputation. And so logically, that doesn't make sense on why the CEO wouldn't know. Another thing is the fact that a lot of people have been mentioning that the fact that the CEO, again, Justin Gunrun, isn't like a bookkeeper, and he isn't a bookkeeper, he isn't an accountant, so he probably doesn't know where all the money goes, right? And the thing is, to a certain degree, I do agree. If you are a CEO, you probably don't know where every single cent that's coming in and out of your company is going, right? But having a general idea, it makes sense as a CEO to have a general idea of where that money is going, right? Because if you don't manage funds correctly, that's a big issue, right? I don't expect the CEO to do, like, if they're a big company, I don't expect the CEO to track every single cent and where it goes. That's literally why you have bookkeepers and accountants. That's literally their job, right? But to not have a decent idea of where your money goes generally is weird to me. Like, let's say you're a CEO and you want to have, like, you want to do like a venue and you want to do like a concert of some kind, right? If you as the CEO are making big decisions such as that, you need to know in a general estimate of how much money that's going to be, because you're making because that's a big decision, right? Because you're like, oh, we need to do this and that. You need to know how much money is coming in and out to see if that's even viable in the first place. You know what I mean? So even though I don't think CEOs are expected to know where every cent goes, they need to know where it goes generally, so that if they want to move the company in a certain direction, they have kind of a decent idea of if they have the means to do so, right? And again, I've never been a CEO, so maybe I'm wrong. Maybe that's not the CEO's job. But to me, it just doesn't make sense to not have a decent idea of where a lot of your money goes, right? That doesn't make sense to me. Another thing that pisses me off is the fact that they keep saying in this in the text that, oh, we're VTubing, prioritizing creators and all this type of stuff, but you're literally being exposed for quite the opposite. You're being exposed for not being talent first. You're being exposed. So the fact that you have the goal to say that, hey, we're trying to do the talent first type approach, when you are being exposed for being quite the opposite, is insane to me. That's insane to me. And so those were the two main things that really pissed me off. Obviously, you have all these VTubers saying that, yeah, no, they call bullshit. Absolute bullshit. And I completely agree, because they're freaking stupid. They're freaking stupid. But yeah, this was Vshojo's response, and it's dumb. Like, there's no other way to say it. It's stupid. It's stupid as hell. There were some other things. I wanted to cover. First off, I want to cover specifically, because a lot of people have been saying, oh, is this embezzlement? Is this embezzlement, right? And so firstly, we have Legal Mindset. And if you don't know who Legal Mindset is, he's kind of a person that, so he was kind of doing his own thing, and then he kind of stumbled upon the VTubing community. And now people joke that he's kind of like the VTubing community's lawyer, because he started, as of recently, if you go onto his YouTube channel, he started recently covering stuff related to VTubing. And so he said himself, after reading what Vshojo said, that TLDR, they failed to secure a loan on their unprofitable business, and embezzlement of $500,000, right? And for me personally, I bring him up because he is an actual lawyer. He is a certified lawyer, lawyer. I believe he got his degree in the United States. And like I said before, Vshojo is a US based company. They have a Japanese branch, but they are an American based company. And so a lot of people were a little confused. I'm like, no, there wasn't any embezzlement. It was just mismanagement of funds and all that type of stuff. And so I kind of looked into it just out of curiosity. And so I pulled up the definition of embezzlement. Not the freaking AI, but this definition of embezzlement, right? It says noun, the thief or misappropriation of funds placed in one's trust or belonging to one's employer. The theft of misappropriation of funds placed in one's trust or belongings to one employer. And for me, I'm like, that has to be embezzlement, right? Because now, if we're talking about the money that was made within Vshojo, and then that being mismanaged, that is just mismanaged money. If you are talking specifically about the money for the charity and the fact that they didn't give it to charity, that is the embezzlement. Not any other revenue source. The charity money itself is the embezzlement, I believe. Again, I could be reading this wrong. Maybe let me look at another definition. Is a fraudulent appropriation of property by a person to whom which property has been entrusted. I'm trying to make sure I have it correctly because I could be wrong. Again, I'm not a lawyer of any kind. I literally just looked it up. All lawful taking of funds or assets from an organization by someone who is trusted. Oh, wait. Someone right here. Here's another definition. What is embezzlement? Embezzlement is a type of white-collar crime that involves the unlawful taking of funds or assets from an organization by someone who is trusted to manage those resources. So embezzlement is the type of white-collar crime involving the unlawful taking of funds or assets from an organization by someone who is trusted to manage the resources. So if we were to break this down, from an organization, so the organization this money was supposed to go to was the Immune Deficiency Foundation, and the company that was trusted with those funds was Vshojo. So by this definition, that $500,000 is embezzlement. Now, again, if it's any other money, merch money, or money made by the talents, we are not talking about that. We are talking specifically about the charity money for the Immune Deficiency Foundation, right? And I also looked at it too. Can embezzlement be a felony of any kind? And it does say in some circumstances it can be a felony, but it depends on the state, right? Because in the United States, there are 50 states, obviously. And each state has its own laws around everything. This one talks about Texas specifically. I don't know where Vshojo is established in particular. I don't know where. Hold on, I'm gonna turn the music back on because I'm like, wait, it feels weird talking and there not being anything. Sorry. But it's in some cases it can be a felony, and in cases it's not that big of a deal to other situations. But again, it depends on the state, and I don't know which state Vshojo in particular resided in. Another thing that Legal Mindset said that was very interesting was the fact that he said, so before this whole thing happened, a few employees had left Vshojo. Oh, excuse me. A few employees have left Vshojo before all of this had happened. And I actually found this tweet very interesting, where he said himself, so this was a past employee, he said himself, leaving the company 2 months ago does not absolve a former officer of potential liability for past actions. Right, especially when we know and then this person said, especially when we know the situation stretches back at minimum to September last year. Right? And so I actually found this very interesting, and I was thinking about it. Now, again, I'm not a lawyer. This is me just kind of thinking with my brain a little bit. And so I was thinking, okay, let's say you did like a bad job. at your workplace and then you left your workplace. Your workplace can't really do anything about that. They can just not hire you again. But if you just doing a bad, they can't like sue you, for example, for just doing a bad job at your job, right? But if, and I looked this up again, I only did 2 quick searches, so do not take it with a grain of salt, please. I'm not a professional. But I did look into it, and the searches that did pop up said that, hey, if you committed a crime or you were involved in a crime of some kind before you left a company, then you're still liable. Which in my head kind of makes sense, right? Like, you don't get to not be accountable for your actions just because you don't work at that place anymore. Like, I'll just use an extreme example. Like, if you were accused of, like, for example, sexual harassment at a workplace, and then you left at your workplace, you could still potentially be liable for that sexual harassment, because it could, not only could it's against company policy, there are many laws against it. So just because you left early doesn't necessarily mean you're absolved of anything. Now, do I expect the people that had left a little early before this whole collapse to experience super severe consequences? Not necessarily, but I wouldn't be surprised if some people, not all people, but if some people were roped in with gun run, because this operation couldn't have happened with just him. Right? Because at the end of the day, even though he is the CEO, he is one person, right? And when it comes to a company, it takes more than one person to operate. And so whatever lack of communication there was, it wasn't just him. There had to be other people in the company that knew exactly what was happening, but didn't say anything. They did not say anything. Because again, CEO, you're looking over everything. And so even though I do think when gun run should take the brunt of most of the consequences, whenever there has to be, it can't just be him. There has to be more than one person, because there's no way him by himself can operate all of this, right? So I found this very interesting. Now, again, do I think they might suffer the same consequences? Probably not. But I wouldn't be surprised if a few employees were found liable as well, because there's no way that this entire thing was a one-man operation. It's literally impossible. It wouldn't make any sense, unless I guess Gunrun took all the money from himself. Like Iron Mouse talked to Gunrun personally took the money, and then all of that. But yeah, to me, there's no way that it was just through it was him. Like, that doesn't make any sense. For sure. Right? And so we are when it comes to Vshojo, we are talking about the mistreatment of talent, the mistreatment of the mismanagement of funds, and all that type of stuff. Right? Another thing that I wanted to highlight are the talents themselves, right? Because I do feel like when it comes to the VTuber community, there's this trend, and there's a bigger discussion when it comes to this type of stuff. Like, a lot of people when it comes to this type of discourse, hold on, sorry, what am I trying to say? What I'm trying to say is that there's been kind of like a discussion when things like when events like these happen, and a lot of people want to kind of be like, hey, so why, whenever something bad happens, why does then everyone all of a sudden come out of the woodworks to then explain their side and all that type of stuff? And so, and like, why are you guys just saying this now? Why is this not mentioned before? Why are you guys hiding all this type of information, all this type of stuff? And so for me personally, now when it comes to indies and stuff, indies is a completely different situation, because that's like a personal thing. That's a one-on-one thing. But if we are talking about corporations in particular, there can be many reasons why people might not speak up about something until it is socially acceptable to do so, right? First reason is for a very long time, Vshojo had a very good reputation, right? And so because of Vshojo's reputation, and unfortunately there will always be these types of people. Whenever a company has a good reputation, whenever someone tries to critique that company, there will always be a group of people that are insane and go after that person for critiquing that company, right? This includes just regular viewers. This includes other VTubers. This can even include the people that have been in Vshojo and have left, right? And so that's one thing, because you don't want to deal with the harassment of a lot of people telling you that you're wrong, because and that might be a good reason why people don't say anything. Another reason, again, this is company specifically. I'm not talking about personal beef with other VTubers. I'm talking about reasons why people might not speak up for because of over a company in particular, is because of NDAs, right? There are a lot of companies where they have NDAs where you can't talk about anything that happens within it. And that can include personal gripes with the company. So a good chance that a person leaves a company, for example, and they can't really talk about why they left, right? This goes for Niji Sanji, this goes for Hololive, and this goes for Vshojo, is because of the fact that they signed an NDA of some kind, being like, hey, you cannot talk about us for like the next 2-3 years. I don't know how long legally it can be, right? Because it depends on where you are, because again, Vshojo is American based, but when it comes to like Niji Sanji and stuff, they're Japanese based. Hololive and Niji Sanji are Japanese based. And so another reason people might not speak up is because of NDAs. Another reason people might speak up, and I've mentioned this in the last stream before, is you got to consider the personalities of VTubers. What type of people are more likely to become VTubers? A lot of times it's socially anxious people, disabled people, mentally ill people. And when I say mentally ill, I don't mean as in like they're crazy, but as in like depression, anxiety, all that type of stuff. And so you need to consider also the demographic of who is more likely to become a VTuber. Again, I'm not saying all VTubers are like this, but to act like a good chunk of VTubers do not have these traits would be stupid. And so a lot of these VTubers seem to be timid and stuff. And so whenever it comes to speaking out about certain things, even if they have the ability to do so without being sued, they're less likely not to, just due to their personality. Purely due to their personality. And I do think that does need to be discussed, right? Because I completely understand being timid and shy. In real life, I'm a lot more timid and shy than I am when I'm on stream, but it's getting to a point where you being timid and shy can actually put yourself in danger or put yourself through a lot more bullshit than you need to if you are a lot more assertive, right? And I'm not saying that to be like mean or rude. I'm saying that as I hope VTubers learn that they need to be a lot more, they need to be able to stand up for themselves better. Because if you don't stand up for yourself, then you're just going to get knocked to the floor. And again, I'm not saying it's easy, right? For me to even get to this point where I'm this confident on stream was not easy. And again, I'm not even this confident in real life. I'm not saying it's gonna be easy, because it's not. Trying to go from being this super timid person to being someone who can stand up for themselves and speak out against things that are wrong is not easy. So I think that's another factor on top of the last two. One extra factor I do want to add into is the fact that a lot of people are naive about this type of stuff. And so they go in with sparkling eyes, wanting this cool opportunity to be an idol, to be a dancer, to be a VTuber singer, all that type of stuff, without reading the fine print. And so that's another thing that I hope other VTubers start doing, is that they start reading the fine print. Instead of looking at things with starry rose tinted glasses, they actually read what's in the contract. And if they themselves can't understand what's happening in the contract, they need to contact a lawyer for them to do that. Aurora, hello Aurora. I'm sorry, my stream is probably delayed, so I'm sorry, but I see you, Aurora. Hello. We're just talking about Vshojo. I'm currently talking about reasons why people might reasons why people don't speak out on this type of stuff. The first mentioned, I can go over it. First, the last point I just made is the fact that people need to learn how to read the contracts and read the fine print. And if they don't read the fine print, they need a lawyer to do that for them. Because if you don't understand what it says, you need to find someone who does. Because if you look at the contract, you don't know what it says, but then you sign it anyway, you can potentially fuck yourself over. The point I said before that is the fact that a lot of VTubers are timid, shy, have depression, have anxiety, have mental illnesses, might be disabled, all that type of stuff. And so because of the particular demographic that VTubers attract, again, not every VTuber, but because of the particular demographic that VTubing attracts, a lot of people tend to be very timid and isolated and introverted and stuff like that. And so in that regard, we need to learn how to be more assertive, again, without being mean, but being more assertive so that we can protect ourselves. What I wanted to say before that is the fact that people can be under NDAs, right? This means that just because someone has left a company doesn't mean they can start talking whatever about the company. A lot of companies have NDAs where you can't talk about it or mention anything that happened to it for a set period of time. And so and it sucks because sometimes a lot of people start to make a lot of assumptions on why you left that company. And you don't have the ability to fight back against it because you're under that NDA. So that's another reason why people don't talk about it. And then I forgot what the first point I made before that. We may have to lower the bitrate on stream next time. Yeah. Actually, let me see if I can do that right now, because I think I can lower the bitrate. Video bitrate. I think I can lower it. Apply. Did that do anything? I changed it from, yeah, again, I got new internet, so I don't know if my whole setup is messed up because of it. I have no idea. But I lowered it and it's going a little bit higher. So maybe if I do like, maybe this will be better. It's going up a little bit. But again, I got new internet, so honestly, I might have to talk to Kat and be like, hey, I have new internet, and so this whole bitrate thing is kind of messed up. But I just lowered the bitrate, but it's slightly better. It's slightly better, but it's not really doing much. So yeah, I will probably, God, this is so freaking annoying. I'm probably not gonna stream until I get it sorted out again because of my new internet. So I am so sorry. So the next stream, which is, I forgot it was supposed to be Minecraft stream, probably won't be able to do it until I get this fixed. Fuck, man. We already did this before. We already did all this before. This sucks ass. This sucks so much ass, but it's fine. It's fine. It is what it is. Gonna have to... It's whatever. It sucks, but it's fine. But anyway, I was just explaining another reasons why people don't say anything until a big thing happens and then people speak out. There are many reasons why people do it. So to kind of act like people just withhold information just because, when there are so many reasons why they could be withholding information, I just find it kind of dumb. to be like, well, you could have just said it earlier. It was like, well, no, they might have been under NDA, or maybe they're just personally very timid about talking about that type of stuff. Hello, Golden Dino. Hello. Oh, I just remembered what my first point was. The first point I said before those other points was the fact that Vshojo at a certain period in time had a very strong reputation. So if you spoke ill against them, people would harass you because of that. Again, I don't think that's a reflection of the entire community, but unfortunately, people just have this strong inclination that if you have a different opinion than them, then you just get harassed straight up. One last point I wanted to make was the fact that a lot of VTubers, whether they're in the indie space or whether they're in the corporate space, intermingle, right? And so even if you have a certain opinion about someone, what the fuck is this? Even if you have a certain opinion about a company, if you have a friend that's... Oh my god, I can't even save the bookmark. That's how bad my internet is. Fuck! Anyway, sorry. But if you have a friend that's in a company that you don't like, even though, and like I can empathize with this, is that even though you might not like the company, if that is something that your friend chose to do because they're a grown adult and they can make their own decisions, then I would respect it. And I'm not gonna shit talk the company because my friend is also in the company as well. And so even though I might disagree with them, I also want to support my friend at the same time. And shit talking the company while your friend is also in the company, that is you're kind of contradicting yourself. So that's something someone mentioned, but we're gonna get to that at some point. Wait, hold up. I need to get water because my throat hurts. Holy shit. Okay, I'm back. I just had to get my water bottle because my throat was sore because I've been yapping for freaking 40 minutes now. Ooh. Right. Okay. Now, this is where I want to focus on the talents, right? And there are two talents I want to highlight in particular because one talent is from a group of talents that left Vshojo, I think around 2 years ago, and then a talent from who was in Vshojo while this whole thing was collapsing, right? So the first talent, oh, I should have put this one over that one. The first talent I wanted to highlight was Vaby. I think that's how you pronounce it. I forgot. So there were 3 talents in particular, right? But I wanted to highlight Vaby in particular, right? So the 3 talents were Silverveil, Nanners, and Vaby. Vaby. Again, I might be pronouncing it wrong. I'm so sorry, right? So, and again, I only joined VTubing like 1-2 years ago, so I'm kind of retelling what people had said about the past because I was not there when it all happened. So I can't be like, oh yeah, I was there, and yeah. But from what I've heard and from all the discourse that has been talking about, is that Nanners, Silverveil, and Vey had all left around the same time. And so around that time, a lot of people were like harassing them for leaving, saying that they were troublemakers, all that type of stuff, right? They were just shitting on the talents for leaving. And so they had made a tweet that kind of exposed a lot of and explained the reason why they all left around the same time and the true reason why they left, right? Because they were all under NDA, so they couldn't actually explain why they left. Hello, Galactic, hello. Yeah, my jacket is gone because you guys want to strip me down so bad. That's why. Anyway, but this serves as an explanation. Oh, excuse me. This serves as an explanation as to why they left around the same time. I quickly read it before I started stream, and this is absolutely abysmal. This was absolutely abysmal. So this is what it says. So it says, again, these talents left around 2-3 years ago. A lot of people thought they were troublemakers, and they left Vshojo because Vshojo didn't like them. But it turns out it was actually quite the opposite. So now that her NDA is broken, it says, so our NDAs are now void. Why I left Vshojo. So back in 2023, Vshojo tried to bully me into one of the most predatory contracts that I had ever seen. When I tried to ask more about it, their COO got extremely hostile with me and refused to answer any of my questions, and so I had to hire a lawyer in order to get some clarification. During the talks, it became clear that Vshojo would rather let me go than take less away from me. They were ultimately wanting me to give up more than half of all my sponsor revenue and over 60% of merch and sales. All I asked from them in return is to not take a cut of the sponsors that I was getting through Mythic. As that cut was already being taken, they said no, they wanted it all, so I asked to leave after being treated like I was disposable in our talks. They basically made it seem like they were my employer, that they're the reason for my success, that I owe them that, and I should be happy to give them any money. And I'm so glad that she made a tweet about this, because a lot of other people started talking about Vshojo and their experiences. Now these are people that actually talked to Vshojo and wanted to join Vshojo, but they decided against it due to how Vshojo treated them. And one of those people was actually Shy Lily. Right, I'm not gonna play the video, but one of those people was actually Shy Lily. And the thing is, it's so funny because in Shy Lily's video, she talked about the fact that she looked at the contract and she pretty much said the exact same thing, because Shy Lily was already getting sponsors and stuff. And so whenever she read over the contract, Vshojo wanted her to fork over a percentage of those to them, even though she already had the sponsors coming in. So she would technically be making less money if they allowed Vshojo to have a cut. So it was so interesting. Because of this, a lot of what other people had said was just amplified completely. I would like to point out, even a lawyer reads a Vshojo contract, they won't necessarily know the whole story, and if their business is still afloat. Vichi's lawyer read the contract and thought it was fine. That is very true, and that is a very good point. All I wanted to say is the fact that I am going to treat a professional's opinion a lot more differently than a random an opinion from someone, a random person on the internet. But I'm not acting like lawyers can also be like imperfect, right? Because legal mindsets did read over a lot of contracts from other companies, but you do have to remember that a lot of those contracts are of people that had left the company, and you have to consider the fact that a lot of these relationships between the company and the talent are contractual based. So they're not like employees, they're contractual based, and each contract is different for every person. So again, I'm not saying like it's a completely perfect take ever, but I'm going to trust an opinion of a professional more than someone who doesn't know what they're talking about. But again, I'm not saying they're perfect, but I'm just saying it kind of gives us a little bit more insight about how things could possibly go in the future. But like I was talking about before, Shy Lily literally talked about the same thing, how she was already getting sponsors, but Vshojo wanted a cut of that, but she said no. And she also talked about a lot of other things that in the contract were red flags. And again, this is through her lawyer. So her lawyer was able to see this contract and be like, yeah, no, absolutely not. Why would you sign that? And again, Shy Lily was again, she's pretty big. A lot of the stuff that Vshojo says that they can offer, she already does that herself. So she's literally getting a similar service, or getting a similar service for less money. That wouldn't make any sense. Okay, let's continue with what Vey had to say. In order for me to leave, they demanded I signed an NDA that prevented me from speaking to any of the other talent about it. I could not say why I was leaving. I could not say what the terms that I was saying not to wear. Even got in trouble for advising them to hire their own attorneys. They would watch my streams, read my Discord, and then threaten to sue me. If I had said anything that hinted towards how I really felt about the company, I was threatened with a lawsuit. This is another part I wanted to highlight, because Silvervale, now we're going from Shy Lily to Silvervale. Silvervale had revealed that, again, everything that she just said right here, Silvervale said the exact same thing. If she told her feelings about how the company, like her true feelings about the company, she would be threatened with a lawsuit. And she talked about specifically in Discord. So again, she says something and another talent like affirms that that's how it was. Because I watched Silvervale's entire video, she said the exact same thing. If I even said anything negative about the company, I would be threatened with a lawsuit. Which is insane to me that you can even do that. Alright, let's keep going. Another one of their leave terms was that, another thing I want to highlight is, again, it says in here that they were not allowed to say anything that happened. NDA that prevented me from speaking to any of the other talents about it, right? So they couldn't even speak to other talent. So a lot of people were saying there was a lot of miscommunication. This was probably a reason why there was. And why a lot of the talents didn't understand that how deep the sync was shipping, because they literally couldn't talk to each other, right? So because I have a suspicion that if the talents had the ability to talk to each other at all, they would have found out sooner that this whole thing was going down. But they said there was a literal NDA that prevented them from talking to other talents, so they literally could not do the NDA. Another one of these their leave terms was that they will announce both me and Silver on the same day in order to minimize the damage for their company. Their COO had begun to push a narrative on 4chan, I'm serious, and other social media that I'm leaving because I plan to join OTK and have both me and Silvervale are troublemakers. So they are letting us go. Later, if I found out that Nanners wanted to leave around the same time due to being unhappy with the contract, but was told that she couldn't because it did not fit their narrative that they were pushing internally and externally, right? This is so important. Internally and externally. So not only on 4chan and social media, they were trying to push this claim that they were troublemakers. They pushed this internally. So I wouldn't be surprised if employees inside the company were talking smack about them to other talent, so that other talent had the idea that they were bad news, right? Now, this is a slight tangent. And it might not seem relevant, but once I tell you kind of the whole situation, you'll see the connection, right? So a while ago, there was this person who had gotten a lot of information about the talent, and Nux Taku, who was a friend of a lot of the girls at the time. As of currently, I don't know, but he was trying to warn Vshojo of this person who had a lot of people's information. He was a hacker of some kind, and so he tried to warn Vshojo, like, hey, by the way, you have this person. I'm telling you this information so that I can warn you, so that you can deal with this person. And so it was a whole back and forth, because there's one narrative, and he showed evidence of the fact that, hey, Vshojo approved him to make a statement about it. But then whenever he actually made the statement, a lot of the girls in Vshojo went after him, saying, like, why would you do that? You put all of us in risk and all that type of stuff. And so I bring that up because of the fact that I feel like a lot of that incident where a lot of the girls are going against Nux Taku, a lot of people were confused, because I'm like, why are you going against a person who is actively trying to help you get rid of someone who could potentially dox your information or try to do some bad things with your information? And so part of me wants to actually realize, part of me actually thinks that the reason why that occurred was because of this. Is because of the fact that I wouldn't be surprised if Vshojo themselves told the girls a different narrative than what Nux was actually trying to say. And so when they heard Vshojo's narrative, they're like, oh, it's obviously he's doing a bad thing. But from the outside of just a viewer, you're kind of scratching your head. Like, why are you mad that he's trying to protect y'all? Why that doesn't make any sense, right? But I'm thinking maybe Vshojo told them a different story. Maybe Vshojo told them that he was doing this and that and this and that. And so the girl, and I also wouldn't be surprised if Vshojo told them, hey, can you speak out about this? Right? Because that would not be out of their prerogative. And so part of me has a theory that the reason why that incident went down the way that it did was because of this. Was because of people going behind other people back, telling them information that's not true to make it seem like he was the bad guy. And then they did a whole, oh, you're the bad guy, when that wasn't necessarily the case. I know that was an off tangent, but that's what this kind of reminded me of. The amount of hate we've gotten over leaving, from fans calling us greedy bitches to people saying we're abandoning our friends and tossing aside the company because we're successful, and that shit was fucking painful. Not being able to say anything sucked. Again, like I was talking about, the reasons why a lot of people don't speak up. She was under NDA, so she literally couldn't. So a lot of people were just able to make up whatever they wanted, and she couldn't fight against it because then she would be breaking the NDA. So, and it's so unfortunate that instead of people just kind of being like, we will never know the true answer, they just make assumptions, right? And again, I'm not saying it's bad to make us, like for me, I'm not going to act like I've never made an assumption, but I've tried to make an assumption based on things that make sense. But sometimes there are people that just kind of make up their own fan fiction. And they're like, oh, this has to be the reason. And it's like, no, the reason can be a lot simpler than you think. And the simple answer is she was just under NDA. And she left because the company wasn't a good company, but we just didn't know. And again, during this time, Vshojo had a good reputation. So if you said anything bad about Vshojo, there would be a group of people that would just come after you because of that. So you have to take that into account. People left, people made assumptions, and then people also attacked them, and she couldn't answer to it because she was under NDA. Now, let's continue. I only found out I didn't get paid for any of the sponsors after I had already signed the NDA. After 2 years, I have still not been paid back fully. To add insult to injury, they also demanded I pay them back $10K for some anniversary assets, which when they sent me back months later, were half finished. So the fact that a lot of these talents weren't paid is a consistent trend. Kuro said he wasn't paid. Michi said she wasn't paid. Zentreya said she wasn't paid. And now Via is saying she wasn't paid either. Silverveil also said she wasn't paid. So this whole trend of talents not being paid is consistent. They've been doing this for a long time, right? Because a lot of people are saying, oh no, they weren't being, it's only as recently that they weren't being paid. As of recently. And it's like, no, she was in Vshojo a long time ago and she still wasn't paid. She still was not paid. So them not paying people for what they owe is a consistent thing across all talents. At least English talents. But even Kason, she wasn't paid either. And I think she's on the Japanese. She was in the Japanese branch. So that I wouldn't be surprised if a lot more Japanese talent said that they weren't paid either. I wouldn't be surprised. Despite all of that, I had also the fact that they tried to make her pay 10K for half-finished assets is crazy. Let me also point that out as well. Despite all of that, I had immense faith that the company had gone better over the past 2 years. I assumed that they rewrote their contracts after losing 3 people due to them seeing their new talent. again, the fact that people want to like hope that the agency gets better, and so this again, another reason why they might not say anything is the fact that it's like, hey, I had a bad experience, but maybe the company got better. Because again, a lot of these people are friends with the people that are in Vshojo, or were in Vshojo as of now, were. So they don't want to mess it up for other people. They don't want to be a negative Nancy for the people that are within it, right? Again, a lot of times people are being timid. They're way too nice for their own good. Clearly, this was not the case. Now for some fun facts. Now these fun facts were so damning. These fun facts. Hold on. Wait, give me some. Hold on, give me 1 second. Look, I need to type out this message so that it's because. Hold on, give me a second. Yeah, there we go. There we go. Yeah, I don't think the whole thing about Vshojo taking sponsorship revenue is new. Most of the girls talk about how that was just normal to them to fork over their sponsors' revenue and merch. Yet that didn't keep them afloat. Well, when I was talking about the sponsors, a lot of the people, so the people that already had sponsors before they joined Vshojo or thought of joining Vshojo was Shy Lily. With Shy Lily and VA. The person that we're reading off of, right? They already had sponsorships and stuff, and so they knew what their money looked like before they joined or considered joining Vshojo, right? Now you also have to consider that a lot of these there's some things you need to consider. There are some people that were indie but had a large following, and so they might not have understood what was considered standard for sponsors. So they might have seen the revenue split and they're like, oh, that must be normal, right? Again, you gotta look at the fine print, or look around, talk to other people, see what's normal and what's not. Or you also, again, for a period of time, Vshojo was the retirement. And so retirement company. So if you came from a bad company, quote unquote, you could go Vshojo and retire, quote unquote. And so for a lot of those people, so this includes like Kuro and Michi, even though the deal might have still been bad compared to their last company, wink wink, compared to their last company, it was way better. So they took it anyway. So that is something that needs to be considered. Is the fact that there are some people that just didn't understand the standard, and there are some people that, in their own experience, in another company, what Vshojo was offering was technically better than what they got before. And I agree. I would think that forking over some of that money would keep them afloat, because a lot of these girls are very popular, but apparently not. Okay, so here are the fun facts that she mentioned. Their company lawyer has an expired law license. He did not practice law anymore, yet he was our point of contact for any legal help if we needed it. That's crazy. Getting someone that has an expired law license is insane. Like, this really shows that they had no money. because you hired someone who had an expired law license. You couldn't even get someone that had an active law license. They actively pitted us against one another during my time there and compared our success to others. They tried to enforce streaming schedules so that our view count would look better due to less overlap. This Silver Veil in her video confirmed this, right? Again, a lot of the girls started talking and a lot of their stories start to line up. Silver Veil also talked about this when she in the fact that Silver Veil mentioned that they had leaderboards, like straight up leaderboards, being like, hey, this is the girl who's at the top, and then these are the girls who are in second place and third place, and you need to catch up, you need to be at the top of the leaderboard. I was like, what type of dystopia were you guys working in? So this, like, those two, like, her Silver Veil just reinforces this statement for me. And then the fact that they also forced them to do streaming schedules so that our view count would look better due to less overlap. That's crazy. So about that with Nextaku, yes, if you have something, again, I'm not gonna lie, I don't really have an opinion on him. There was a period of time where I watched his content, but not really. I don't really do it anymore. Now, if you do have something about Nextaku, please go explain it, because I'm gonna be honest, after a certain period of time I just didn't follow him or anything. So if you do have new information, and again, if anyone has new information about anything, and if I am wrong about something, please let me know. Again, I am not a professional. I'm not a professional. So if I am wrong about something, please correct me. I do not mind. I'm trying my best to get the story straight. So if I did get something wrong, please let me know. Let's see. They would also always shit talk other VTuber agencies. They literally would spend company money to get a tiny dig at them. This one blew me away, because besides the alleged embezzlement that Vshojo did with the charity money, it kind of showed, her saying this shows that they have a repeated pattern of not using their money the best. Like the money that they themselves generate, not the charity money they themselves generate, they don't have the best spending habits. Because what do you mean they would literally spend company money to take a dig at other agencies? Why don't you fucking focus on your talents, bro? Like, why don't you focus on your talents instead of trying to get a dig at another company? But yeah, so this is what it said. For the green light of his video, the people in charge of the saying okay was leaked. One of those, this is what Nux said. For the green light of his video, the people in charge of saying it was okay was leaked. One of those being one of the talent from Vshojo itself. Yes. That's what I mentioned, is that's what I was talking about. Vshojo said, one of their staff said, hey, it's okay to go to submit the video, but then they did a complete 180 and the talent started attacking him. I'm sorry if I mispronounced, because I thought that was what I said. But yeah, no, so a staff of Vshojo talked to him and greenlit the video, to only then to have the girls be attack him and be like, hey, why did you do that? You put us all in danger. And I'm like, what? That doesn't make any sense. What I was saying before was the fact that my guess as to why that had happened was that Vshojo, again, allegedly, this is a theory, because we have now a lot of evidence that Vshojo can be very shady. My theory is the fact that the staff did one thing, but another staff member, or maybe the same staff member, fuck it, it could have been the same person, told the girls a completely different story, and that's why they attacked him. I also wouldn't be surprised if the girls were also told to make a post about it, right? Make a post like, hey, you guys need to make a post about this whole Nextaku situation. I'm not saying it confirms it. I am saying that it might actually be a possible theory now that we have a better insight into how Vshojo actually operates. Blitzy boy, hello, hi. Again, my internet sucks ass right now, so there will be delays. So I will acknowledge you guys whenever I see you guys, but I'm so sorry. I'm a cat. We're probably gonna have to do another fix the delay issue because I literally got like a new internet setup, and so it's a little bad right now. So I do apologize. But yeah, but yo, that is what I was talking about. A staff confirmed it only for them to then the girls go behind their back. So my theory is the fact that the staff did one thing, but then Vshojo, maybe it was another staff member or something, told them a completely different story, plus a possibility that they might have told them that, hey, you need to make a tweet about this. And that's why the girls reacted the way they did, even though from an outsider's perspective, it didn't make any sense. And yeah, this is, now again, if we're talking about next Taku as of now, I don't know, man. But if we're talking about that incident in isolation, I wouldn't be surprised if they were told one thing when something else completely different happened. Anyway, I want to get back to this point, is the fact that it seems like there's a history of them mismanaging funds, right? So now for this one, I want to mention Giga, because Giga has made now a few videos about like Vshojo now that this whole thing has happened. And she talked about how, like, remember I mentioned before that Giga herself has said that she had a lot, she was there, she had a lot of, she spent a lot of time doing back-end stuff, right? So a lot of back-end stuff with the staff themselves. So she was not only a talent, but she also helped them with their branding and stuff like that. And Giga mentioned herself that sometimes she would look at what Vshojo would spend their money on and be like, that business-wise doesn't make any sense. And so again, it's crazy because I watch all these girls' perspective and they literally reinforce each other. So for this one, Giga said herself that, hey, sometimes I would look at what this company would spend their money on and she would just scratch her head being like, that doesn't make any sense. That doesn't really make any sense. Do you guys have the budget for this? Do you have the budget for that? Do you have the money for this? Do you have the money for that? Why would you spend your money on this? That doesn't make any sense, right? So this doesn't surprise me. Especially Hololive, it literally lived rent-free in Gunrun's head. They were convinced Hololive was over when they signed Kason and Nazuna. Unfortunately, I don't know who Nazuna is, but I know who Kason is. Our previous talent manager got ghosted for 6 months by Gunrun, told not to do any work for us, then got fired for not doing anything. During this fiasco, we weren't able to get any assistance. That's crazy that you're told to not do anything and then you get fired for not doing anything. Well, what the fuck were they supposed to do? You told them not to do it and then they fired you for not doing it. That has to be, I don't want to say illegal, but there has to be some legal recourse for that. Because how can your employer tell you to do something, you then do the thing, and then they fire you for doing that thing? I'm not saying this is illegal, because it's probably not. There has to be some legal recourse for that, because that's so fucking stupid. How the fuck do you follow what your employer says, and then when you do exactly what they say, you get fired for it? Makes no freaking sense. Alright, let's keep going. MTD got reprimanded for being creepy to us. Lol, I got told not to message us privately. Go figure. I have proof from other streamers attending their in real life parties that MTD would actively shit talk me after I left the company. Wait, sorry. I'm trying to see who MTD is. So I guess there's a person named MTD got reprimanded for being creepy to us. Got told not to message us privately. Go figure. So there's a person who was acting creepy. Bro, we need to acknowledge this. So someone was acting creepy towards these girls, and then they're just told not to privately message them. That's crazy. And then she also said proof from other streamers attending their in real life parties that MTD would actively shit talk me after I left the company to paint me in the worst light imaginable. Don't know why you're acting innocent on Twitter pretending you weren't aware of anything. Can't wait to see all that shit that comes out about you because there's loads, but those aren't my stories to tell. So I don't know who this MTD person is, but god damn. So they had a creepy person and that same person also shit talked behind people's back. This is insane. And again, obviously you have all these people like Vshojo, Yuzi, like giving their condolences, newbie, cause holy shit. Like, my eyes are, you guys can't see it, but my eyes are a little wide. I already read this, but me reading it again still makes me shocked, because it's that bad. It's that bad. Like, holy shit. How do you do this? How do you do this? Is the expired license is illegal? No, I would hope so. I would hope that a lawyer who has an expired license practicing law when their license is expired is illegal. Now again, that's common sense. Maybe that's not an actual law. I hope it is, at least in the United States. Hopefully. But I would think that if you are a doctor, for example, and you have your license revoked because you then can't practice medicine anymore, because then you got it revoked, so you can't practice it anymore. So I would think that same logic applies to lawyers. If your license expired, then you practicing when you have an expired license I would think it would be illegal. Actually, we can look it up right now. Is practicing law with an expired license illegal in the United States? Because again, Vshojo's United States based. Now it's great because it's good that's in the United States, because I can kind of add a little bit of feedback, because a lot of times like whenever we talk about corporations and laws, it's based in Japan. So at least I could be like, hey, I'm a United States citizen, so I can actually give some feedback. I can give some feedback because I actually live here. So the AI, again, I don't use the AI for anything, but it does say here, yes, practicing law with an expired license in the United States is illegal. That's what the AI says. Let me use an actual source. Because, for example, if you guys don't know, so in the United States, I'm gonna use this example. In the United States, if you are a therapist, for example, a license in if you get a license in one state, it doesn't mean you can practice in another, right? So let's say you get a license in Texas, it doesn't mean that you then get a license in California, right? If you want if you want to be able to practice being a therapist or psychiatrist in another state, you would have to get a completely different license. So I do wonder if being a lawyer works the exact same way, where if you get a license within one state, it doesn't necessarily mean you have to you get to practice it in another. You would have to retake the test. You have to retake the test so that you could be eligible in that state. Because again, the laws between each state is different. Obviously, there are some overarching federal laws, but each law, the laws within each state, like between Kansas or Tennessee or Georgia, they're all going to be different, right? I know, like, from people that aren't from the United States, that must be exhausting. It is. It's like, well, it's technically illegal here, but is it illegal here? Because like if it gets complicated and you guys are scratching your head from if you're like living outside the United States, I get it. I 100% get it, because there's so much bullshit. So I do wonder if the reason why I brought up the therapist example was I do wonder, because I had to get a therapist at some point. That's the reason why I know that. I wondered if I did wonder if it worked the same way, where if you pass the bar exam, because that's how you become a lawyer. If you pass the bar exam in one state, are you able to be a lawyer in another state, or you have to be a completely different you have to retake the test? Because I wouldn't be surprised if that's how it works. Practicing without a license is an act of working without a licensure offered for the occupation in a particular jurisdiction. Most activities that require a license also have penalties for practicing without a valid current license. In some jurisdictions, a license is offered but not required for some professions. Psychologists, yeah, like I was talking, psychologists, psychiatrists, all that type of stuff. Lawyer, license. So I'm trying to look for it. I can't really find it, but I wouldn't be surprised if it worked the exact same way. Our talent staff, that's a good question. A lot of times when it comes to VTuber talent agencies, they are considered contractors, right? So they are not an employee, they are a contractor. So for example, if I hire someone on VGen to make like a piece of art for me, well, wait, is contractor and freelancer interchangeable? Lance, they're the same? That's actually a good question. Okay. All right. Like, so they're not employees. A lot of times, if you see contracts for VTubers, they are contractors and not employees. And I wouldn't necessarily be surprised, because you do have to consider a lot of time agencies, if they have different branches, like a Japanese branch, English branch, Spanish branch, a lot of agencies work with VTubers all across the world. It's so, my hypothesis, I'm not saying it's true. My hypothesis is, first, you don't have to give certain benefits if they're an employee, right? And then secondly, maybe it makes it easier for them to work with people across the world if they're considered contractors and not employees. That's just a hypothesis. I don't know how that works. It's just a theory. Yeah, no, the delay is wild. I am so sorry. The helmet looks super cool. Thank you. Right? Again, that's a theory. Again, I'm just a girl in her bedroom. Just a theory. But yeah, no. Right? So I wouldn't be surprised if that's how it worked for lawyers. Again, I don't know for sure. Maybe if someone has some experience when it comes to like being a lawyer, you can bring it up. But you know, practicing without a valid license must be illegal, at least. Because if it's not illegal, like, that would be crazy. But yeah, she said that and I was like, you're freaking kidding me, bro. It's so crazy how Vshojo, like, the more I read about how people were treated in Vshojo, sometimes I feel dumb myself. Sometimes I look at myself and I'm like, how did I fall for this? How did I fall for Vshojo being like the company that turns things around and is talent based? Like, the more I read all this, the more I feel like an idiot, because I'm like, how did I fall for this? Right? But I will say, when it comes to Vshojo, they might not be good at managing money, or treating their talents properly, or paying people. But what they're good at is advertising themselves. That is something that they were really good at. And being able to cover themselves up, really good at it. That is one thing that I can compliment Vshojo on, is that they were good at hiding all of this. Until now, of course. Unless my imperception screwed me again. Yeah, no, this was completely blindsided. But at the same time, I like a lot of the talents kind of feel the exact same way, where they're like, when everything comes out, they feel like idiots. And I'm like, y'all know that they were actively well, first off, y'all were NDAs. So y'all couldn't even talk to each other about this stuff if you wanted to, because you were under an NDA. So they need to realize that y'all were literally prevented from talking to each other and coming to this conclusion sooner, right? It's like it's like someone is trying to fool you, and then you're upset for being fooled. Like, no, that person intentionally tried to deceive you. Right? I don't blame you for giving them the benefit of the doubt and believing in them. I don't doubt that, because a lot of people did. A lot of people believed this company would actually change how things operated, but it's not the case. Now, another person I want to bring up is Zentreya. Now, Zentreya is one of the VTubers that was in Vshojo while all this was happening. So you had the girls that had left. Well, she was in it, but then she left early, right? So we had the girls like VA, Silverveil, and Nanners that left a long time ago. Then you kind of have the group that left a little earlier before this all went down. This would be Zentreya, Matara, and then Giga. And then you had kind of everyone who was left, who was actually in the situation, which was Michi, Kuro, a lot of the Japanese-based talents, K-Son, all of them, right? And so I wanted to read Zentreya because I wanted to highlight a point about how VTuber fans can treat talent, and how I think as a community this needs to change, right? This needs to change, right? And also a lot about like auditions and stuff. Oh my god, I forgot. There were actually supposed to be debuts. So wait, there are horror stories about Vshojo's auditions, and then there are also people that were actually supposed to debut, but they never could because all of this happened. Which is crazy to me, because you guys know you're going under, but instead of trying to actually figure out how to make more money, you decide, oh, let's just debut more talent, which costs bottles, which costs the money for those overlays and sound alerts, and like, what the fuck were y'all thinking? It's insane. And we're actually gonna go over that. So those talents themselves have spoke up, but I actually have a video about Bao talking about it, because I don't have the bandwidth at the moment to like go over all of them. But I really do hope that those girls that were hoping to be in Vshojo, but they couldn't because Vshojo is fucking stupid, I hope that they I hope they feel better, and I hope they get better, and I hope that they can continue to build their careers regardless of Vshojo, because y'all, like, they were so hopeful, but then Vshojo just crushed it. Yeah. Alright, so this is what Zentreya had to say. So I've been trying to figure out what to say. So this is her response to Vshojo's letter to everyone. Why did you keep dodging my messages and concerns when I wanted to do one-on-ones? You kept dodging, or you gave me short corporate answer even when I was unable. I was under immense pressure from the community for answers about the auditions, and I pleaded for a statement by your PR team. You told me it wasn't needed. You made a tiny video instead, looking like you were hurt and upset, saying sorry instead of meeting me one-on-one for my concerns, and I was left crying and frustrated. But like a fucking dog, I went back and happy to even get something from you, because oh man, boss actually answered me. You wanted one finally. when you knew everything was crashing around you, then debuting a new talent and such even after the community kept asking about it and kept waving it off and letting me take the punches. I smiled, I fucking brushed it off and kept pushing the company because I was hopeful for the new talent and bringing new people to help. Instead, I find you were hiring people without input and poaching without even the idea of trying to help, truly helping them other than financial gain. We didn't even know who you were bringing in. You were the team. You and the team told us to just take it. You and some people were really ready for me to be thrown under and over and thrown under over and over. Even when Emily joined, I begged you to put out a statement regarding auditions before she announced her debut stream. You gave me the middle finger. Me and Emily had put on a statement because your PR team was unfit for their job. I took it all. Why did we have to say anything at all? Why did I have to keep taking the fucking damage over and over? You were hurting me well before this. You know you have. I've been pushing a company so blindly who didn't even care for me, but I'm an idiot and I kept believing. I was so excited for this. I spent sleepless nights dealing with constant harassment, and you spent money which you didn't even have without even warning us on God knows what. Ooh, sorry, excuse me. Oh, sorry. On God knows what, and you knew, and don't even lie, you knew that the money was for charity and was supposed to be placed to the side to be untouched. When did $1 million go? Where did $1 million go in less than 3 years even? What happened to all that money? I'm just really tired from all these years of trying to push for something that kept pushing me to the wolves. I was so stupid, but I was so excited. I really trusted you. We did, despite everything. I don't wish any ill will. I just hope you find some way to make this right. First off, the fact that she was able to say at the end that she didn't wish any ill will was crazy. Because, bro, if I was in her position, I would have been pissed. I would have been pissed. I would have been exposing everything. Because you're not going to screw me over like that, and then I'm going to take the blame for it. Right? And so, this is, again, this statement contains a lot of things, right? First off, lack of communication. Whenever she tried to get in contact with Vshojo, they dodged her, right? And the thing is, I feel like Giga mentioned about the same thing. She tried to get in contact. She also had like communication issues, right? She tried to give her input about certain things, but they would just ignore it. For her, Zentreya was trying to get input, and they didn't even allow her to do so. Secondly, I want to mention the auditions, right? And so, a while ago, Vshojo had auditions for new talent to come into the agency. And so a lot of people had mixed reactions about it. And the things I also had an opinion on it too is the fact that what people seemed to notice was that a lot of talent that went into Vshojo were already popular streamers, whether they were from a corporation or they were already popular indies. And so Zentreya at the time being like the spokesperson because they're incompetent, right? At the time, she's trying to say, hey, no, anyone can join. You don't have to be this big figure. But the thing is, if you go to their track record and see who they actually added to their roster, it was people who were already popular. And so a lot of times people accuse Vshojo of nepotism. Or it wasn't just people who are popular, but people who are already friends with the talent. And so a lot of people were saying, oh, it's nepotism, or oh, you're already hiring people that that already have a big following. And so Zentreya, she was trying to be positive. She's like, no, anyone can. But like she mentioned in her statement, they went behind her back. They just recruited people however they wanted. They didn't make official announcements or anything. They just kind of did what they wanted. And so it kind of made the situation worse where people's ideas of just nepotism and or just getting already popular streamers amplified. Because what do you mean you don't take people that you're already friends with and then you add Amalie to the roster? Amalie was friends with a lot of these people and she already had a following. She literally checked off 2 of those boxes. So people were annoyed because it's like, well, you kept saying that it's not necessarily big talent, but Amalie was a big talent already and she was friends with some of these people. So it reinforced the fact that, hey, you guys only take big talent and people that already know you. She tried to go against that narrative, but her adding Amalie to the whole thing reinforced the narrative. Right? And so, but the thing is, now that Vshojo has collapsed, I actually have a theory as to why they only hired people who were friends with their creators, other content creators, and or had already big audience, right? So my theory is the fact that my theory is the fact that it's a lot easier to promote someone as a company who already has a big following than a person who is starting from nothing, right? It's a lot easier to just promote someone. First, it's easier. Secondly, it costs less, because taking a person who isn't well known and bringing them up to the status of like someone like Zentreya takes a lot more effort than someone who is already well known within the indie space or someone who used to be a corpo but wanted to move over. So it's a lot easier to just help someone who already has an audience, and it costs less to help someone who already has an audience than to try to build someone up from the ground up. And secondly, if we're talking about like the friends part, maybe it was like, oh my god, this is someone's friend so-and-so, and so collaborations will be easier because y'all are already friends. And kind of like the whole like, oh, this is a friend group within like a company, and so like the kind of like the fans get excited to see streamers interacting with one another, and then they're more likely to fork over money and stuff like that. Right? So yeah, because that was actually one of my main criticisms of Vshojo too, was the fact that, well, you guys do have a history of hiring only certain people, and now I feel like the theory, like I explained, was that's an explanation why they didn't have the money to bring someone from the ground up. They only had the money to take someone who was already popular and raise them up even more. Another thing I want to talk about is the fact that Vshojo's PR team is completely useless. Now, this reminds me about Armchair. If you don't know who Armchair is a person who has like a degree in journalism and stuff, and so he uses that degree to talk about like techniques and stuff when it comes to journalism and recognizing things, and he talks about it specifically in the VTubing space. And whenever she talked about the PR statement in this, it reminded me of him, because he actually did a video, if you go to his channel, about and had criticisms of Vshojo. And one of those criticisms he mentioned was the fact that their talents acted like the PR team when they're not a PR team. I don't think Fruit has made an official statement. As far as I'm aware, she's avoiding the issue, right? But the thing is, people mention that Fruit doesn't have the Vshojo like thing on her account anymore. So I don't think she made a statement, but she has the thing removed at the same time, right? But it does make me wonder why she hasn't said it. But I don't want to jump to conclusions, and I'm actually getting around to that. I don't want to start jumping to conclusions because I'm literally about to talk about it. I don't want to start jumping to conclusions, right? And I feel like this is an issue that the VTubing community has in general, right? I'm gonna get to that. So like I was saying before, their PR team sucks, because a lot of their talent, for example, Zentreya, she had to act as the PR for the auditions when it should have been the actual PR team that did that, right? So why do you have your talents acting like the PR team? That's not how that's supposed to go. Your PR team is supposed to act like the PR team, not your talents. That's not how that's supposed to work. That's not how that's supposed to work at all. Now, I want to get back to your mention of fruit, right? For me, I don't want to start jumping to conclusions because when it came to this whole audition thing, if you were there when it happened, Zentreya was getting heavily harassed for this, right? Right, the whole like nepotism and you only hire like people that are in the French group. She literally got harassed for this. She got harassed because of her statements. But the thing is, the PR team wouldn't do anything. The PR team wouldn't tell her to say anything in particular, so she had to handle it herself. If she got harassment and Vshojo didn't protect her. And so where people were saying at the time that Zentreya was just lying and stuff, no, Zentreya wasn't trying to lie. She was trying to save face, but the company wasn't helping her. You know what I mean? This is why I don't want to jump to conclusions, because we are just learning that a lot of the reasons why things happened the way they did was because the company was being terrible. They didn't help with the PR. They didn't back her up. The PR team didn't act the way that they were supposed to. They didn't even do their jobs. And so she had to take the fall for it, and she took harassment from it. And Vshojo didn't help with the aftermath of the harassment either, right? So for me personally, a lot of this has really told me that just because something happens, it might not have happened for the reason that you think it happened, right? So when it comes to like fruit and stuff, I don't want to assume anything about her, because a lot of people assume the same thing about Zentreya, but she is literally telling us right here, the way things happen, the way they happen was because I was trying to save face for the company, right? Same thing, the reason why Vey and Silvervale and Nanners left, right? They got harassed for leaving Vshojo, and now it's coming out that they left because Vshojo was a bad company, but they weren't able to say anything about it because of NDAs. So I don't want to start jumping to conclusions, because now again, I'm not saying don't use critical thinking. I'm not saying, hey, don't use evidence that you see to come to a conclusion, but also understand that you might not have half the story, right? Because you only get a certain amount of evidence during a certain amount of time, and then later on new evidence comes out and it's like, oh, that's why that happened the way it happened, because you were under pressure to appease the fans and Vshojo didn't help. Same thing with fruit. I don't want to assume that she's being malicious, because again, I don't know, maybe Vshojo's still fucking with her. I don't know. I don't want to assume anything, because assuming and just making assumptions about things doesn't get us anywhere. And it can hurt the talents a lot more than it helps. Alright, so that's something I wanted to highlight from Zentreya. And then she also mentioned the fact that, yeah, no, you're lying. And I agree, you're lying. There's no way you didn't know that the money was for charity. Again, whoever your accountant was, your bookkeeper, or whoever it was did a horrible job. But you acting like you yourself didn't know that money was for charity is bogus, because you literally retweeted and were aware of the charity that happened. And all of this just makes me so sad, because again, all of this started because Iron Mouse was brave enough to talk about it. If all of this happened to freaking Iron Mouse and some of the best and well-known EN VTubers in the space, like, I can't even imagine what it's like for VTubers that aren't as popular or all that type of stuff. Like, it's crazy to me. Like, again, I look at all of this and it's just insane. It's insane. Like, and again, none of the girls deserved any of the harassment or anything. None of it. But again, we lacked information at that moment. We lacked a lot of information at that time. And so even though I don't necessarily blame people for coming to certain conclusions, harassing talents because they didn't give you the most ideal answer is just crazy, because you don't actually know what's behind the scenes. And again, I'm not gonna act like, and I don't want it to be extreme where it's like, oh, we have to protect all the talents and stuff like that. Like, because I'm not gonna act like every talent is like a freaking saint. Certain people in a rainbow company, I'm not gonna act like every talent's a saint. But also, again, a lot of them are just good people trying to do good things, and they get screwed over for it, or companies take advantage of it. Oh, goodness gracious. Yeah, I've been yapping a lot. Okay, again, this doesn't cover everything because a lot more people have said things. Right? Mint May said some things too. Yeah, I'm not trying to go over everything. So if you're trying to get the whole scope of everything, Mugen is making a video on it very soon. So I would actually suggest waiting for him to make a video, and he's probably going to go over everything. I'm just going over certain things that I found that stuck out to me. Now, there are some videos I do want to bring up that I actually like completely agree with, or I feel like can add a lot more insight to everything. So, hold on, let me bring it. Okay, so this is a video that Buff Puff came out with, and she said so it's a 23-minute video. I'm not trying to do the whole 23-minute video, but I wanted to bring up her video because she did say something that I think contributes to the reason why this type of thing keeps happening within the VTubing space. I don't know if this video's the mark is already where I want it to be, but I'm gonna see. So again, we're not gonna go through the whole video. There's just certain parts of the video that I wanted to talk about, because I think, again, it's a big reason why the things keep happening the way they keep happening. Hold on, let me see if I can find it.
You know, earlier, and like all this other stuff, and we were like, okay, like blah blah blah, whatever.
Hold on, I'm trying to see if I can find it.
They're like, hey, by the way, this has been a year. I think it's been a year.
Hold on,
initial thing, and actually was appointed to try to get.
I'm trying to see if I
will probably talk about it too. But obviously at the time, it was like a lot of people applied for.
I'm trying to see if I can find it.
And I think that was when Mouse and I first started talking. Joke of John Vichiban. I laugh because.
Okay.
Wrap a car. Hey, instead of spending the money on my talent, why don't I go wrap 3 cars? Make me some money, and then everyone's like, "Oh,
oh, I think I found it. I found it.
Do you know what happens? This is what happens. This is what happens with corpo businesses. Okay.
What? Okay. I found it. This is the part that I watched when I was watching this video, and I'm like, I feel like Buff Puff really hit the nail on the head on why this stuff like this keeps happening. Again, this is just a part of it. This is a part of the reason why. But yeah, no, I want you guys to listen to this because I think it's super important right here.
Companies, I feel like do you know what happens? This is what happens. This is what happens with corpo businesses, okay? It's a lot of, how do I say this? It feels like a lot of like guys come in and they're like, hey girls, come over here, you know, come do this fun little dancing thing you do, make me some money. And then everyone's like, oh, opportunity. Woo! And then it just feels very like, you know what I mean? Come do that song and dance you like doing, huh? Come make me some money. And then it's a lot of like guys coming in pretending to play business, if that makes sense. Like they come in and they're like, yeah, I got injected with $1 million. I'm gonna like wrap a car.
She said this and it like activated something in my brain. I'm like, that's exactly what it is. There are so many like tech bros or tech guys that have a lot of money, whether it's their parents' money or it's their own money or wherever the fuck they got the money from, right? There are a lot of tech bros that see the space and purely see it as like a money-making space where it's like, oh, VTuber agency, oh, we just have to recruit the VTuber and then we rake in profits. And I'm like, if you are trying to make an easy profit VTubing is probably not the business you want to be in, but a lot of these guys don't know that because they don't actually know a thing about business. They think they do, but they don't, right? They think because they have all this money that they're good at business when they when they aren't. They they think they are like these professional like businessmen. Like, and the thing is, they're not. All they are just men with a lot of money. That's all it is. You don't have a business degree. You have never ran a business in your entire life. Or if you have, you probably failed 14 of them, right? And so you decide to go into the VTubing space to try to make a buck off of these people. And again, a lot of these people in this space are too kind for their own freaking good. Too kind and too timid for their own good. Because they see an opportunity, just like Buff said. Oh, I see an opportunity. They take the opportunity and then they end up getting fucked over. Because the guys at the top don't know what the fuck they're doing. They just thought they could just rake in profits using anime girls. And guys, but let's be honest, mainly anime girls, and be like, yeah, when that is not the freaking case, right? Again, if you want to make a lot, if you want to build a business and make, well, first off, if you're building an actual business with good stability, that's never going to be fast, right? If you want to build a good business with good foundation, with a good foundation, it's not going to be fast money. But for some reason, they think VTubing in particular is fast money. So they want to build this agency and they want to hire all these girls to be their talents. And then they end up fucking it up for the talents and the girls because the talents, the girls and themselves, because they don't know what the fuck they're doing. They don't. They think they do, because again, they're like, a lot of people with a lot of money think that they are somehow good businessmen when they're not. Just because you have a lot of money doesn't mean you're a good businessman. It doesn't. And I'm tired of these people coming into the space, trying to make a company, promise the world to these talents, only to then fuck them over because they don't know what they're doing. And I'm so tired of it. I really am. And so because of this, a lot of people have been being like, hey, we need a VTuber union. We need a VTuber co-op, which is like a different type of business model where people can like vote on leadership decisions within a company instead of there being a CEO and then a layer of management under that and under that and under that. And so for me, honestly, I wouldn't be against like a VTuber union, but first off, who's going to be running it? And how's it going to operate? Because again, there are a lot of VTubers all over the world, right? So the way it might operate in the United States might not work for Canada. The way it operates in Canada might not work in the UK. So how, like, this VTuber union, how is it supposed to work? Because again, these are people all over the world. You might even get some people from Japan who want to do it. You might get some people from Korea who might want to do it. You might get someone from Brazil who wants to do it. How are you supposed to do a VTuber union if you are grouping all of these VTubers from all over the world? How is that supposed to work? Or maybe you can do a VTuber union for each country. Like, hey, there's a union for Canada, there's a union for the America, there's a union for the UK, all that type of stuff. Again, I am all for it, but we got to talk about the logistics. How is this actually supposed to work? How is this supposed to operate? Right? Because laws exist. Laws exist all over the place. We got VTuber union now. I'm not saying there is a VTuber union, but I do think something to the equivalent of a VTuber union would be nice. Wait, is my delay getting better? Yay! Is my delay getting better? Heck yeah! But I wouldn't be opposed to doing something because this has happened way too many times to the point that something needs to be done about it. It's happened way too many times, and I'm tired of seeing people get hurt, right? Again, because for me, even though, again, I've said many times before, I am not interested in agencies. But if you are a VTuber who wants to be a part of the agency, you shouldn't be screwed over just because you want to be a part of the agency. Because again, there will always be VTubers that want to be part of an agency. One, because they're naive and they might not understand what it fully entails, or two, they understand what it takes to be an indie VTuber, and they don't want to do it, and they want a company to do it. Right? What I'm trying to say is, I don't want people to be screwed over no matter what path it is they want to go down. Even though I would advise people not to go into a VTuber corpo, at the end of the day, everyone's an adult. If you want to join a corpo, do so. Right? I can't tell you otherwise. You're an adult, you're a grown man / woman, or anything in between. I can't tell you what to do. And I don't want you to be screwed over just because you made that choice. I don't. So I don't know how this would work. I don't know how it would work at all. I don't know if it's possible to do a VTuber union across nations, or if each nation has to establish their own union. I wouldn't be surprised if the latter would be the case, because again, the way things are in each country is so different. The way things are between each state in the United States by themselves is different. So I'm not opposed to the idea, but we need to figure out the logistics. We really do. I don't think Gunrun was a tech bro. I think he was just incompetent. Well, whatever it is, tech bro, incompetent, whatever the word you want to use. There are a certain type of group of people who think they can barge into here and try to do something when they can't. I don't know what you want to call it. Incompetent, tech bro, stupid, I don't know. I have no idea. Whatever the case, I'm tired of those types of people coming in and ruining it for everyone. I'm tired and I hate it. I really do. Yeah, maybe continent, maybe continent, like a North American union, South. Again, I don't know how it works when it comes to doing stuff across boundaries. Again, if someone has better knowledge of that, let me know. But I would not be against it. I also wouldn't be against like an agency where if you're a VTuber and you want to potentially enter a corpo, there are particular services where you can hire a lawyer. Obviously, you can always hire a lawyer, but I think it would be pretty cool for there to be an agency of lawyers that are specifically specialized in like entertainments. And then if you niche down even more, specifically when it comes to VTubers and stuff like that. So entertainment and VTubers, because so that VTubers can go to those people, be like, hey, what do you think of this contract? And why I want them to be knowledgeable about VTubers in particular, because like the industry standard for like being an actor versus being a filmmaker versus being like a music producer, like those industries are wildly different from each other. And so I think it would be pretty cool to have a agency where it's a group of lawyers that are specialized in VTuber entertainment and understand how VTubing works from inside and out, so that if any VTuber wants to join a corpo for whatever that reason is, and be able to talk to those lawyers, so that and get like an actual good idea if the contract is good for them, right? Because if you're like a lawyer who's like might specialize in entertainment, but you might not know anything about VTubing, you might see a contract and be like, oh, that's actually a really good contract. But if you are a lawyer specifically for VTuber contracts, you could look at it and be like, actually, wait, this isn't a really good contract for VTubers. For VTubers in particular, this is not a good contract, right? It's just a bunch of men in masks who serve as lawyers. Exactly. But yeah, for real, IP lawyer is a whack for online content creation. Yes. And the thing is, I don't think it should just be limited to VTubers. There needs to be laws around online content. And the fact that, at least in the States, the fact that this hasn't even been a thing yet is crazy. The only laws that I've really seen when it surrounds like online creation is like platforms not being responsible for who posts on their website, and then like California's law where your child isn't able, you can't profit off your child. So if you want to make content around your child or a baby, you're not allowed to do so. Or if you do, you make less money, and that money has to go into a trust for your kid, right? Those are the only laws I can think of off the top of my head when it comes to like online and privacy, like anything online, anything related to online creation, right? And the thing is, that last law that I mentioned is only in California, from what I know. That's only in California. I don't think it's in any other state. No other state, just California. Right? But it would be awesome to do it. And actually, since we're talking about this, I actually might have an idea of, and the thing is, this is a theory. This is a very wild theory. Because Vshojo is one of the titans and they're falling. Again, the fact that Vshojo fell before Niji Sanji is crazy. That was not on my 2025 bingo list, but it happened. And so I actually have a theory onto how VTubing in the future could potentially change due to Vshojo fucking up, right? I do think that for a short period of time, not a long period of time, I do think for a short period of time, when it comes to people wanting to audition for companies, it's gonna go down, right? Because like the amount of people who actually want to audition will go down. Now, again, there will always be people who want to audition. Again, people that don't know anything, right? Because there's gonna be people that learn about VTubing and don't know anything about Vshojo and what happened to it, right? There's always gonna be more people learning about VTubing, but they don't understand the scandals that have occurred. And so a lot of them might think, oh, I have to join a corpo, even though that's not necessarily the case. And again, for people that want to do the VTubing thing, but they don't want to do the back end stuff, they don't want to do the merch, they don't want to do the editing, all that type of stuff, that's what a corpo is for. For me, I don't mind taking the money that I earn from my job to then pay editors or thumbnail artists, but there are some VTubers that don't want to do that. They don't. And so they go to a corpo so that they could just do the VTubing thing, and then the company handles everything else. There will always be VTubers like that. Always. They don't want to do any of that stuff. For me, I don't mind doing that stuff. I really don't. I actually kind of enjoy it. Even though it can be frustrating at times, it's cool that I'm like taking charge of my own like online presence, and I get to commission who I want. I get to choose how I present myself, all that type of stuff. Some people don't want to do that. Some people really don't, and that's fine. But those are people that are a lot more likely to join a corpo than someone who likes taking initiative and doing everything themselves. But my theory as to how corpos or how VTubing from now on will operate, oh, the law you were talking about kind of already failed the Jeanette Murdy. Failed for Jeanette Murdy, so law is still evolving. Yeah, no, what I'm saying is the fact that those laws are the only things we have, and the fact that they won't even hold up, because again, we are in the age of online content creation. You also have to consider AI as well. So like the fact that laws are not catching up fast enough is an issue. And again, in the United States at least, it's because our freaking government can't agree on anything. And it can be very incompetent a lot of the time. I'm not going to get into it. Yeah, I think a big question is going to be what's next for talents. Obviously, they'll keep in touch, but for the Nova girls who are introduced together as a branch, yes. So this is my theory as to how VTubing might go on, might continue. So again, there'll always be corpos. They'll always be corpos. But I think what will happen is that there might, and again, just a theory, and honestly, this is kind of me just like daydreaming, like the fact that, but I think what will happen is the fact that agencies will pop up, but not like the talent agencies that you think of, like Vshojo, Hololive, Niji Sanji. When I say agencies, I am talking about agencies that their job is to do one specific thing, and if you want to be able to receive that service, you have to obviously sign contract, do all that type of stuff. But this is not an agency that you are like work under or all that type of stuff. This is purely an agency that does a service that you need. For example, like the lawyer agency I was talking about, instead of them like taking you under their wing and you're their talent, they are purely a service. So you work with them, and if you sign up with them, all they will do is that if you face any legal recourse within VTubing, that's what they're there for. So they're not, they don't take you under their wing, they don't do the merch, all of that, they don't do any of that. Their one sole service is to do the laws or provide lawyers when you need to, right? If you're reading a contract, if you're like negotiating with a sponsor, for example, you want a lawyer to help you negotiate that contract, that's what that service is for. Or for example, if you want if you need like an editing team of some kind, or you need edits done, there could be an agency specifically for editing. Again, they don't own you, they don't own your IP, they don't make you merch, they don't do any of that. All you do is sign with their contract, sign a contract with them, and they will assign you like maybe 1-2 editors so that they can edit videos for you. So my theory is that agencies that are able to do one specific thing for you will start popping up, and then VTubers will sign up for those. Again, not to be controlled, but so that they can have a service provided to them when that time comes. I'll use Mythic for an example. Mythic, all they do is they help people find sponsors. That's it. They don't own the person, they don't control how they edit videos, they don't do any of that. All they do is that they help provide sponsors to streamers. That's it. Nothing else. And so my idea is that more of those services, like more of those agencies that provide services, but again, don't take you under your wing, but provide services, will start popping up. That is my theory. Again, I could be completely wrong. This could be completely wishful thinking. But like how else are we supposed to go forward? Like a resource provider. Exactly, Blitzy Boy. Exactly. That's what I'm talking about. Exactly. That is my theory. But yeah, for Buff Puff, that's all I wanted to go over for her. She talks about in this, like, if you want to watch the video, I would recommend it. She talks about like she was never for corpos and all that, and I'm like, girl, same. I'm not for corpos either. But again, if you want to be a part of a corpo, I don't think you should be screwed over just because you're part of a corpo. I don't think so. But yes, I was gonna go over Shy Lily. Actually, we could go over Shy Lily a little bit. Now, when it comes to Shy Lily, she talked about, so at some point Shy Lily wanted to join Vshojo. At some point she wanted to join Vshojo, but she saw how bad the contract was and she just said no. Right now, again, each contract for each talent is gonna be different, so I'm not saying that this contract that Shy Lily got is necessarily the same one that like Zentrea got, for example, but it gives you some input, right? Because even though they might change it depending on the person, I don't think they change it so wildly that it's like a completely different thing. It's a completely different thing than what other talents might have gotten. Yeah, some great ideas, Jay. And honestly, bro, if I have to be a person that does that, where I actually start an agency that does that, if I need to be a person that starts that, I do not mind at all. Now, I don't have the resources to do that, but if I did, I would, because I hate seeing people get hurt for no freaking reason. I would, but I unfortunately, I don't have a team of lawyers I could just, I don't. I wish I did. Isn't V Chinbin an agency? I'm gonna be honest, when it comes to agencies, besides like the big ones, like the big three, and then other agencies like Brave Group and all that type of stuff, besides those, I'm gonna be honest, I don't know a lot of those things. Bro, so many agencies start and fail. How are you supposed to keep up with all of them? Didn't 20 agencies fail last year? There were literally 20 agencies that started and failed last year. How am I supposed to keep with all of them? VE-chan man is like a group. Oh, I see. So yeah. So if you're like, oh, what about this agency? Most of the time I'm probably not gonna know who they are, right? Oh, another thing that I want to add on to my like idea of how VTubing will go forward. I think you mentioned that they're a group. I think another thing that will happen is the fact that there will be a lot more VTuber groups that form. So instead of it being an official agency, it'll be indie VTubers that come together to make their own group. I think those will happen way more often too, right? Because people might not trust whole agencies, but they might trust their friends. You know what I mean? And now I'm not gonna act like that's fail proof, because unfortunately there was a friend group that I did follow in the VTubing space that broke apart because some of them turned out to not be as great friends as they were supposed to be. So I'm not saying that that's going to be completely like a pure 100% guaranteed, like prevent everything from going wrong. But if I've been like VTuber friends with people for years, which a lot of these people have been, they've been friends for years, you're probably going to trust them a lot more than agencies at this moment. So I wouldn't be surprised if a lot more VTuber friend groups start to form and they kind of act as like their own agency. That would not surprise me whatsoever. VChan's buffs agency, exactly. That's probably what will happen with Nova. Exactly. I like the Nova girls that you were talking about. Again, I don't keep up with them. I wouldn't be surprised if they came together to become a group. So even if they can't become a group within a branch or an agency, they could work on their own thing. Again, yeah. Again, I'm not saying that friend groups are foolproof, because there might be some people that are snakes and present to themselves to be one way and they're not quite like the other, or people can just disagree on the direction. Maybe they want to go in as one, a part of the group wants to go in one direction, but the other half wants to go in the other direction, right? That is just as much of a possibility, right? So I'm not saying friend groups are solid, but I think friend groups that have been together like since like years now, I think they're good. Now, if you weren't friends for a super long time, maybe 1, 2, 3 years, I can see those failing. But if you've been friends with certain VTubers for like 5, 6, 7 plus years, I think you guys will be fine, right? Because you've been friends for so long. And again, I'm not saying nothing will ever happen. I'm just saying y'all have been friends for so long that I highly doubt that it'll like fracture because someone was an asshole. Now, again, if they go in different directions, that's fine. But the chances of it because someone was a complete asshole will be reduced. Now, again, Shy Lily, she talks about the contract that she got when she wanted to join Vshojo at some point. It is 30 minutes. We're not going to go over all 30 minutes. I'm going to see if I can skip through it a little bit.
Let me do this. The very exploitative of my assets.
Here we go. So, okay. So one thing about Shy Lily that I think would be important is the fact that she has a lot of sponsors, right? Gamer subs, sponsors. And what she mentions here is the fact that whenever she tried to sign with Vshojo, they tried to like take a percentage of her sponsors. Hold on, let me see if it mentions it here.
It was the second half of the year of 2023. And before I say anything, I've already seen some like weird ass drama schizos, some like neglected freaking brain rotten people try and, you know, already drama the situation of like, so nice of you to let other people run into the fucking fire.
This is another reason why I included Shy Lily. I just remembered. I just remembered this. Is the fact that oh my god. Like a lot of people were saying that a lot of people asked her, like, why didn't you say anything? Like, why didn't you, like, warn your friends? Why didn't you warn a lot of people about Vshojo? All that type of stuff. Shy Lily is British? No, Shy Lily's German. she's German. But no, a lot of people were talking about, why didn't you warn anyone? All that type of stuff, right? Now, for me, I do not want to speak for her. I do not want to speak for her as to why she didn't warn people. Now, what I'm gonna do instead, I'm gonna put myself in her shoes, right? So let's say you try to sign up to a VTuber agency, and then you saw the contract for yourself, and you saw that it really wasn't the best, and so then you see a lot of your friends join the agency, right? Now, first off, this is just my mentality. Again, I am not speaking for Shy Lily. This is just me giving my input, right? First of all, again, everyone is grown adults. If you want to do something, even if I might not agree with it, if you still want to do it, then you could do it. Now, if you were to like ask me about my input, as in like, hey, do you think Vshojo is a good agency to like go into? Then you can kind of have more wiggle room to be like, hey, in my opinion, I do not think you should go to Vshojo because of this, and this, right? All that type of stuff, right? But people need to make their own decisions. Again, not speaking for her. I'm just saying, I'm putting myself in her own shoes. Another thing that someone mentioned is another thing that some people have mentioned is the fact that, what would it look like if you were to have seen the contract of the agency and then you publicly, and again, Shy Lily is a huge creator. She's a huge creator. So imagine you're a huge VTuber creator and you publicly start telling everyone that they shouldn't go to Vshojo. What do you think would happen if that happened? If you were a big creator and you were like, guys, don't go to Vshojo because of this, and that. How do you think that would be perceived by a lot of people? I don't think it would be perceived very well at all. At the time, people would call them crazy. Exactly. Because again, you guys need to remember, for a good period of time, Vshojo had a perfect reputation. They had a good reputation. Anyone, whether it was VTuber fan or creator, if they were to have said anything bad about Vshojo, they would have been harassment, death threats, all that type of stuff. So even if they were completely correct, if you were to speak out against Vshojo at a certain period in time, you would have been called crazy. Like, what do you mean the most perfect VTubing company of all time is actually doing this, and this, right? And so a lot of people are like blaming her for not saying anything to the white. Now, again, if it comes to like private, like friend stuff, that's one thing. But if we are talking about her trying to yell from the rooftops on public platforms, she would have been called crazy. She would have. We're looking at past through their eyes now. Most likely nobody would have believed you no matter how famous you are. Exactly. That's why whenever I see people say like you should have said something, y'all need to take in the context of things and when things occurred and why. Again, this is why I say just because someone doesn't speak out doesn't mean it might be for the reason that you think it is. Right? She would have been called crazy. She would have been, because Vshojo had a squeaky clean reputation during that time. She said she wanted to join late 2023. Vshojo had a pretty good reputation in 2023. And the reason you know why I know that is because that's around the time that I joined like VTubing and learned about VTubing. And when I learned about Vshojo and how they operated, I thought they were a good company. Again, I was naive and I was new to the space, but when I was learning about it, Vshojo had a very strong reputation. I have this mindset. Why didn't you tell us? You didn't ask. Exactly. Another thing. Now, this is something. This is a theory. Again, if this is not a legal thing, please let me know. I wouldn't be surprised if like if she yells from the rooftops that you shouldn't join Vshojo because of this and this, there could have been potential legal recourse, right? Because imagine a big creator is trying to prevent new people from auditioning or wanting to join your agency, because a VTuber agency needs talents to operate. Without the talents, you don't have an agency at all. So if you have a person yelling from the rooftops not to join your agency because they read your contract and they thought your contract was shit, I would not be surprised if they could have taken some sort of legal action, at least in the United States. I would not be surprised if they're like, oh, she's trying to sabotage, or if not take any legal recourse, they could have tried to spin the narrative. Oh, she's trying to sabotage us. Shy Lily's jealous. She wanted to join our agency and she didn't get in. So she's trying to spin this narrative, right? Again, because whenever we were reviewing Vay's tweet, she mentioned the fact that there were people that went on 4chan to spread rumors. What if they did the same thing to her, where they went on 4chan and spread rumors that Shy Lily actually tried to join the agency, which is true, but then didn't get in because we didn't let her in, and then she's spreading all these rumors, which would be the false part, right? These companies will spread rumors and do all that type of stuff. Vshojo did it. They spread rumors trying to give these talents a bad reputation, right? So for me, a lot of people, yeah, it's one voice versus 100 plus more. Most people are idiots, right? And the thing is, to be honest, when it comes to some people, I wouldn't even call them idiots. Again, I would be considered an idiot because I would have thought Vshojo would. Now, would I like made fun of her for it? No, because even though I thought Vshojo had a good reputation, I was never like a ride or die for corporations. Right? Why would I then be a ride or die for like Vshojo, Niji, Sanji, Hololive? I've never, like, growing up, I was never a type of person to ride corporations ever. And that wasn't gonna change just because I was in VTubing, right? But some of them, yeah, of course there's always gonna be idiots, but some of them thought Vshojo was a good company. They fell for it, right? Because Vshojo was deceptive. So some people are idiots, but some people just truly believe Vshojo was who they said they were when they weren't. I can see that. I remember when Vibe, again, if I'm pronouncing her name wrong, please let me know, said that Shy Lily is a copy of her and that she will always be the original, and Shy Lily took it like a champ and said, let's move on from that. Oh my god. Oh, was that an incident? Oh, I did hear about that. Because at the end of the day, corporations will always be scummy. For me personally, I don't know how to say this without it being like super like convoluted. I hope you guys get what I mean when I say this. But I feel like when it comes to like corporations and making money and all that type of stuff, it kind of feels like the antithesis to like being a VTuber. Or making content and all that type of stuff. Does that make any sense? Does that make any sense? Kind of like, because all these VTubers, they want to be idols, they want to sing, they want to dance, they want to play video games, all this other stuff. But it feels like corporations make that a lot more complicated than it needs to be. It feels like wanting to be a VTuber and do what you truly want to do, like adding corporations to the mix kind of, I don't know how to explain it. I really don't. I'm so sorry. I know I'm not conveying it well, but I hope you kind of understand what I'm trying to say, is that it feels like you have these corporations that have, how about this? You have these corporations whose main goal is to make money, because at the end of the day, that's the job of a corporation, is to make a lot of money. And then you have all these talents that want to sing and dance and or play video games or just chat with their chat and do all that type of stuff. And so you have a corporations whose sole goal is to make money, and then you have these talents that have these big aspirations to be a big VTuber and do all their awesome talents and do all that type of stuff. And they just kind of, it's like oil and water. It's like oil and water, if that makes any sense. And the thing is, this doesn't just apply to VTubing. I feel like it applies to any entertainment industry, right? Animation, acting, music production, right? Sometimes it feels like the job of a corporation and then the job of a talent or a producer or a musician or an artist, they're at odds with one another. They're oil and water, right? You're not trying to accomplish the same goal, and because you have two different goals, you guys they clash very often. I think that's a better way of putting it. It's because VTubing will always be steeped in idol culture, at least on JP's side. It's like once you're in a corpo, you can't say you are in a relationship or do X, Y, and Z. Yeah. I send you a link in the DM. Yeah, you can go for it. Do you want to entertain and be yourself, or try to fail and appease everyone and censor yourself needlessly? Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's why you see more indie studios and projects that have public support. Exactly, right? Because I feel like we're getting to a point where what a corporation wants and what independent artists / VTubers / whatever you want to identify yourself as is starting to clash more and more. It's starting to clash more and more and more and more. And so because of that, a lot of indie productions, whether it's indie video games or indie music production or like indie VTubers, right? A lot of that stuff is popping up more and more because it just kind of feels like it's not working anymore. It's like with water and oil, you can at least put them in the same container. It feels like you can't even put them in the same container anymore. Like, that's how much it's, like, not working. Again, if that's not explained super well, I'm so sorry. But that's, like, the best way I can explain it. It appease the masses. Yeah, big choice. It's the big choice I'm getting from your explanation. Exactly. Right. But yeah, no. I want to review what Shy Lily said in her thing. And yay, again, I will talk to Kat about my my bit rate, but I do think my bit rate's a little better, so that's better because you guys are actually responding to me. Okay, actually, I can delete this now. Yay! There we go. All right. I'm gonna let Shy Lily yap a little bit.
Vshojo doesn't send out fucking newsletters of people who are about to join to the entirety that is the VTubing scene. I don't fucking know who's joining, brother.
Bro, Zentreya mentioned this. Zentreya literally said in her tweet, hey, by the way, they don't even tell you who's joining the agency. Again, a lot of what these girls are saying confirm each other's stories. They literally intermingle with one another. She says this, Zentreya literally just said that.
On top of that, my contract that I called legal robbery, and I will stand by this.
The end of tubers in the US.
No, I don't think
so.
so.
I can't see tubers willing to take the risk anymore.
No,
also,
I don't
much
think
love
so.
to Mouse and all other Vshojo
yes, much love to them. Anyway, I'm gonna pause stuff for now. Yeah, Mutite is what I'll talk about. Pause. I don't waste your money. Shut up.
No, my ADHD brain is meshing perfectly with your words. Okay, I'm glad that you kind of get it.
A little while after,
I'm not the best at expressing myself.
I was amongst one of those people I tried to recruit. We got to the contract negotiation phase, which is where everything fell apart because I strongly disagreed with the contract. It was very greedy, very exploitative of my assets. And before I say anything more, again, those weird-ass schizo fucking, I don't know what the fuck's mentally wrong with them. Those non-medication having schizos on Twitter. Just because I disagree with the contract doesn't mean I have to go around the fucking world and literally commit slander, which, by the way, defamation is literally fucking illegal.
What did I mention? If she was to go around and try to tell you that Vshojo wasn't a good company to work for, they could have slammed her with defamation. That was the word I was trying to find, but for some reason I couldn't think of it. Right? They could have slammed her for defamation. Like, actually. Right? So along with her being called crazy because Vshojo had a good reputation during the time that she was thinking about joining them, she could have been hit in the face legally. She could have had their lawyers knock at her door and be like, we know what you've been saying about us online and we want legal recourse because of that. So again, people are saying, why didn't she say anything? There was a reason why she didn't say anything. There's a reason why.
And like, go
like whether you like it or not, even though I don't, even though I do think laws, like even though on the internet, we have this idea that, oh, since it's the internet, we can do anything. Like, no, unfortunately, you can't do anything. You can't just talk shit about a company after you review their contract and then get no legal recourse because of that. Like, I wish she would be able to tell other people about how bad it was, but there would have been legal consequences. There would have been. Like, let's not act like there wouldn't have been. There would have been. Slander. Exactly. Matthew, hello. We're yapping about Vshojo. We talked a lot about it, but we are currently watching Shy Lily because she talked about how in late 2023 she wanted to join Vshojo, but whenever she reviewed their contract, it wasn't the best. Yeah. Actually, I sold crack on Minecraft. On Twitter in Minecraft. Right. Wink.
Fucking drama frog. Just because I don't like a
also,
contract
she be
and
fighting
it's robbing
demons,
me
bro.
doesn't
The amount of people that come out. Well, the thing is, she's a big creator. Whenever you're a big creator, you're always gonna have haters, bro. I watch a lot of her clips, and she be fighting demons, bro. I'm telling you, she be fighting people on Twitter all the time, and it's so funny.
mean that A,
I wish she
other
didn't have to
people
deal
in
with
the
them,
same
but there will
contract,
always be those
and
types of people.
B, doesn't mean that other people disagree with it as much. They try to monetize my assets that I worked for.
Ooh. Okay, so she literally just said, hey, they try to monetize my assets that she worked for, right? Same thing with Vey. Vey already had sponsors, but Vshojo wanted a cut from that. Same thing with Shy Lily. Hey, can I get a little cut on those sponsors that you've been taking? And then also claim that we did that for you. No, that's not how that works, right? That's that's not how that works. You can't just claim like that's like, again, there is nothing, even back then, I don't think there was nothing that Vshojo could have offered her that she didn't already have, right? She wasn't quite as big, but she was still big in the space.
Like, I can also tell you
even
right
2
now,
years ago.
Flipping burgers at McDonald's isn't the way to go, and people will still fucking apply. What does that say about anything? Everyone has a different level of sacrifice
Ooh,
they're willing to commit to.
That's another thing, is the fact that she is completely right. And another thing that needs to be considered is just because the contract might not be right for you, other people might see that contract and think it's a gold mine, right? For example, Kuro actually mentioned I'm actually gonna pull up the clip later. Kuro weighed in on this whole situation, and what he said was that the Vshojo contract was the best contract that he has ever seen. So even though, again, obviously the contracts for both of them are different, but when Shy Lily saw that contract for her, she was like, this contract is abysmal. But then when Kuro saw that contract for him, he said that was the best contract that he has ever seen. But just because it was the best contract that he has ever seen doesn't necessarily mean it was a good contract. And again, I don't know, maybe he did talk to a lawyer, but that does need to be considered, right? Because Kuro used to be in another company and they didn't really treat him right, so that he then went to Vshojo. Right. And so even though that contract might have objectively been a bad contract, he might have went with Vshojo anyway, because the contract that he had before might have been worse than what Vshojo had. So in his eyes, he's comparing the two and he's like, oh, this is way better. But if you were just to look at the contract objectively without taking in the context of other contracts you've taken in the past, he might have been able to see that the fact that even though it's a objectively better contract than the contract he used to have, it still wasn't a good contract. But again, everyone has different levels of what's acceptable and what's not. Maybe he really did read that contract all the way through and he said, yep, that sounds good to me, right? Because again, even though Vshojo did promise some things in writing, they just straight up didn't provide it. Straight up, right? So maybe like it was actually a good contract, but Vshojo being Vshojo and not doing anything correctly probably just straight up didn't provide any of it anyway. Like they could have been like, oh, you get to have all of this and all of that, and even though they have it in writing, they just didn't provide it. So that is equally a possibility. Like I'm not trying to say that Kuro is like stupid or anything. I'm just saying that there are so many perspectives that you can take from like all of this.
That level of sacrifice was not something I was willing to commit to at all whatsoever. But everyone's different, bro. Everyone's fucking different. If they... So let me go into more detail and explain what the frick is going on. When they reached out, I was very, very, very particular about what I want and what I have to offer and my worth. And when they reached out, the person who reached out... bless them, they are an absolute sweetheart. An absolute sweetheart. They promised the fucking world. They had this big ass, long ass meeting and promised the world. Like this, they had this like massive PowerPoint. Hold up. 1 second.
I'm not gonna lie. If I was looking at an application and they were, or actually no, it wasn't the application. She's actually about to say it. I'm not gonna. Sorry. I watched all of these videos beforehand, so let me try not to get ahead of myself.
I can't check how long, but it's very long. We had this super long call. It doesn't say how long, but we had this super massive long call of like everything they offer, which was all the way from, you know, legal advice, shows. It was just a whole lot of stuff. Shit, those receipts, girl, bro. Nah, I'm not gonna dox everyone who was in the call at that time. But I do need a mental refresher real quick. Hold up. Let me mute everything. Okay. Let's see.
Oh, I forgot my model can track when I move my lips.
They had this like
I forgot I could do it that now. I'm sorry.
How Vshojo operates, first of all, how they're true to their values, the tech team, and all the strong finances. They had they were showcasing all the events they can do for me, online, offline, organization-based projects like project management, third-party support, blah blah blah. Online events such as debuts, coordinating with contractors, hype and marketing, media assets and whatnot. They have case studies on all the things they have been doing, such as the Minecraft server and what they're doing for that, IRL stuff and VIRL stuff, backpacking and whatnot. For which talents they did this for, what debut events they have been doing, what concerts, birthday concerts, offline events, online events, all the highlight videos they have for those online events, consultations, international relationship industry, public relations, finance, security, management, interviews, takedowns with like all kinds of teams.
She's listing all that stuff off, and I'm like, y'all, there's no way they didn't have they had the money for any of that. They list all of that stuff off, yet they didn't have the money for any of it. I already know they didn't. They didn't have the money for anything. That's crazy.
That they work with, helping with commissioning, games, collabs, blah blah blah, support in voice acting, scheduling support, even lessons for like other stuff, mental health and therapy, merchandise, merch production. And then we got to the point, and that was all beautiful. That was where everything. This is where everything is like, holy shit, this is insane. Also, just as a context reminder, when Vshojo opened their applications, way before that, I applied, and actually made it past the first wave, and then never heard anything back, ever, never ever.
Right. This was also a thing that was brought up very often as well, is the fact that there were people that applied but they never got a response, right? This, like, there are people that would apply to Vshojo and then they would just never get a response. They wouldn't even get a response being like, "Hey, sorry, we declined your application. I hope you come around and apply next time." No, none of that. They just straight up didn't say anything. Straight up.
So, needlessly to say, it was first of all, it was my long-lived dream to join Hololive, but they didn't want me, or rather, never looked at my application or anything. This is before I debuted, by the way. This is a long time ago. I wanted to join Hololive. Never heard back from them.
And again, I don't really blame her at all, right? If I was first starting VTuber, I would even say before I debuted, like this year, I probably would have been like, bro, there was actually a period of time where I was actually looking at, like, whenever I saw Vshojo do like their auditions, I was actually genuinely thinking about doing them. Genuinely, I was like, maybe I should give it a shot. Maybe I should do that. But I was lazy, so I didn't do it. But I saved myself. I saved myself. So there was actually like a period of time I actually was thinking about like doing the auditions for Vshojo. Actually, like I would submit the thing and apply to Vshojo and everything. So there was a period of time I actually wanted to join Vshojo, but again, I was too lazy, and I guess this is a case where my laziness saved me, cause god damn,
anything like it. So when
I dodged
saw
a
that the
huge
Vshojo
bullet,
girls
bro.
had so much fun, and they were such a tight-knit group, and like collabs and hangouts, and they looked like the most beautiful people on planet to me.
Bro, I had the same ideas. Like, oh my god, these girls are in a group and they're like doing cool stuff, all that type of stuff. But I'm like, the more I really thought about it, I'm like, wait. Even though it's like I get to do all this cool stuff, this is still a corporation at the end of the day, still. And so I'm like, I'm doing that thing where I'm like, I'm working for someone else, even though it is something that I would much rather do than like working my minimum wage job at the moment. I would still be working someone else and still be under someone else's thumb. So I think that was in addition to my laziness, I think that was also another reason why I ended up not going for Vshojo, is the fact that even though I'm doing something that I love way more than what I'm, like the job I'm working now, I'm still under someone's thumb, if that makes any sense. And I want to operate on my own. I don't want to be under any corporation and let them tell me what to do. I want to be able to make a name for myself and be able to earn through myself and not through a corporation. Whether it's in VTubing or something that I like. I don't want to be under anyone's thumb.
I applied. Didn't make it very far. Made it like past the first or second. I don't remember. Past the first phase for sure. And then I just kind of got ghosted. They looked like beautiful. I was like, whoa! Like my heart was like, I really wanted to be part of those girls. Like it was just perfection, you know. I was like, dude, I fit right in. And yeah. Then far later, eventually at some point, they reached out at the almost peak of my career, and they were trying to hire me. So they were giving me this whole presentation of what they can do for me, which was great and all, but then we came to a list of things that are very important to me. I can run down the list super quick. It should be easy to find. I don't have the list saved anyway, but I know who I send it to. So if you give me a hot moment, I can find the list. Bit later. Because I have a list of like non-negotiable
if a corporation was telling me,
values,
they're gonna give me all of this and all of that and all of this,
entirely, without
absolutely
a
not.
doubt,
That's shady.
non-negotiable.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely not. Okay, this is a big ass list. I also noted some red flags that I noticed right away, but keep in mind, those are when I at this stage of the contract, when I call them red flags, it is more so I've been dealing with contracts for a while at this point in my career. Lots of contracts are, I hate this word so much, standard contracts. So things you can negotiate. You can negotiate, right? My biggest contract was the revenue share. I did not like how their revenue splits with merchandise and similar things. I'm not gonna go through the whole list like in
Thank
detail.
you.
It
I
is
do need to
literally
drink
like
water. My throat hurts
a
as hell.
2-page fucking doc, bro. But they wanted too much revenue share, way too much. Like that was absolutely.
And again, to her, it was too
not
much.
it.
But for
And
other people,
the
they
money
would have
they
seen it
offered me in
and would have thought
exchange for
nothing of
taking
it.
this much of my revenue.
And again, that's
was-
crazy because she said that they took a lot of revenue. Now, again, that contract that she saw at that time would probably be a little different than the contract currently. But I don't understand how you could take so much of a cut of revenue and still not be profitable, right? Because they were not profitable from the beginning. Like this wasn't they were like profitable at some point and then they went downhill. Like no, they weren't profitable from the very beginning. So
just not even that was an
Crazy.
insult. It was an insult. The money they said they would provide me with each month for stuff like concerts, models, assets, commissions, whatever, it was an insult. With how much they take, it's an insult. I also didn't like how they kept calling 50-50 splits that was a genuine
I
red
will
flag.
say I feel like a 50-50 split would like even if I didn't understand what the standard was, 50-50 is still crazy, right? Like what do you mean you're facing talent and I pretty much drive revenue to your company and you take 50%. Like obviously you have to be reasonable and it has to be enough to where your company can be operational. But for me, if it was a 50-50 split, I wouldn't have taken it. Absolutely not. Then how did they do all the advertising and shit if it wasn't profitable? Well, what I'm saying is the fact that they had money at the beginning. Think about it. Like, let's say they had like a lot of money at the beginning and they did all the advertisements, all that type of stuff with the money that they had, but they weren't profitable off of it. And so the next year they do the same things, they're still not profitable. Because you have to think about it. They started with $11 million plus whatever additional money they had. And so each year they weren't profitable. And so that $11 million was just drying up. It was just drying up. They didn't spend all $11 million in 1 year, but it was slowly draining out of their bank account. Also, I think the reason they did auditions, a part of the reason why they did that is to get new talents. They can get more basically using them. But the thing is, if you read Zentrea's I'm not sure if you're here when I was talking about Zentrea, because Zentrea mentioned the fact that they wouldn't communicate during auditions, and a lot of the time that instead of like respecting the audition and actually reviewing people from that submitted their application, they would just grab random people. Again, that's why they had the whole nepotism / you only grab popular creators allegations, because that's what Vshojo was doing behind the scenes, right? Zentrea was trying to cover their ass and be like, hey, no, we do take people from all over the place. But Vshojo kept going behind her back and recruiting just whoever people they wanted to without respecting the audition. Right? Cause, and again, the fact that they are trying to take on new talent when they weren't even paying the talent that they already had is crazy work. It's crazy work. That doesn't make any freaking sense. Right? But I feel like when they tried to do that, it was kind of like, you know how companies post like job openings being like, hey, we're looking for new openings because it looks like they're growing, even though they're not looking for job openings at all. Right? It felt like that kind of thing where it's like they only did the auditions so that they look like they're growing and it looks like they're making more money than before, even though they weren't. And I'm also thinking they had this idea somehow that like, hey, if we bring in new talents, that those new talents would then make enough money to pay for the old talents. And I'm like, that's like getting a loan to pay off another loan. How are you gonna then pay off that new loan that you got? Like, that's what that felt like to me. Whereas like you somehow expected these new talents to pay for your old talents. But then how are the new talents gonna get paid? Are you gonna debut another wave so that those talents can then pay for those new talents? Like, what are we doing here? Like, their whole setup was fucked from the very beginning. It was fucked.
Because they kept calling 50-50 splits what was that word? Industry standard. Any corporate that hires you and always puts emphasis on industry standard, run. Run.
Well, this is industry standard, so you have to say no. Shut the fuck up. I don't give a fuck if it's industry standard. If the contract's a bad contract, it's a bad contract. Period. Like, non-negotiable. If it's a bad contract, it's a bad contract. I don't care how industry standard it is. I don't care. I really don't. But yeah, no, that's all I wanted to review with Lily. But she pretty much talked about how the contract was just bad. It was bad. Actually, I can pull up Kuro because I mentioned pulling him up, but we can pull up Kuro Vshojo. I also did watch this video. Why leaving Vshojo was the best. Okay, so I'm not gonna do this video because it's an hour long, but I'm actually gonna put that in my watch later because that's the whole stream. But here's the video I actually watched. Here's the actual video that I watched, but I'm definitely gonna watch that whole stream of his. Kuro? Is that? Am I pronouncing it wrong? I'm not gonna lie. I've always been confused on how I pronounce his name. Kuro? Churro? Is that churro? Is he a churro? I love churros. Like anything churro, like churro cookies, anything churro, I love it. I don't like. But yeah, I wanted to bring in Kuro because he did mention stuff. And again, a lot of people talked. Michi talked, Giga talked, all that type of stuff. Again, I'm not going over everybody because that's not the type of I'm not a VTuber that covers this type of stuff. Again, I'm only doing it because of just how big it is. And again, after this stream, I'm probably not gonna continue talking about it because, again, I do want to be a VTuber where people can go to be like happy and stuff. I don't want to be covering negative stuff and making people feel bad or whatever, right? There are plenty of other VTubers that already do that already. Not saying they make people feel bad, but they like cover stuff that happens within the VTubing space, right? There's already VTubers that do all of that, right? I don't want to be one of them. Kuro? Is that how you pronounce it? Kuro? I'm sorry. Hey, I'm learning something new today. Kuro. I'm sorry. By the way, ever since he debuted this model, I've been obsessed. Like, part of me wish I put like eyeliner on my freaking model because this looks so freaking awesome. Like, do you see this? I should have put like some like eyeliner or like dark streaks under my eyes. That would have been so freaking cool. That would have been so cool. I should have done something like that. Just from a perspective of a fan of Vshojo before their inception. Yeah, but I wish I did the eyeliner thing because that's so badass. But anyway, I'm just going to skip around. I'm not going to watch the entire thing. And again, after this stream, probably not going to talk about it. Now, if there are like updates, I'll probably Oh, Vshojo agency closing. VTubers react. Okay, I'm also gonna save this as well because I do like follow like False and like Muji and all that type of stuff. So definitely gonna watch those later. Um. But yeah, no. If there are like updates, I might talk about it. But I don't. I'm not trying to like dedicate whole streams to like reviewing stuff that happens in the community. But again, this was just so big, and it just changed my perception of VTubing so much that I just felt compelled. But again, tomorrow we should be playing casual Minecraft. I think the internet fixed itself, so I don't actually have to not stream. I thought I would have to take a break from streaming just to fix it again. I think it fixed itself though, because I'm not dropping frames anymore, or I'm not dropping as many frames as before. I don't know if there's still delay. Just let me know, and I'll just talk to Kat, and he'll help me fix it. But it wasn't as bad as when the stream started. I don't know why, but whenever I stream this late, that's when the internet just wants to turn off. All right, let's go with what sorry, not churro or Kuro.
My experience with the company in like just 3 minutes. Okay, I'm a little all over the place right now. Okay, so just
again, I cannot imagine how these people feel. Like, I truly feel so freaking bad. Like, you tried your best to try to like stay positive and keep things together, but it just falls apart. And the fact that these people in the company knew it was falling apart, but they didn't even have the goal to tell you that was falling apart.
Bear with me. Honestly, it did break my heart a little bit. I was watching Nagi go live like I don't know, like 40 minutes ago. And you know, she didn't know anything that was going on, and like she was crying. Made me feel bad. But I'm not gonna be crying here because I'm dead inside. And
oh, sorry, that was so funny to me. Like, I'm not gonna cry. I'm just gonna be dead inside. Again, I feel so bad.
I can't be bothered to cry.
I feel so freaking bad.
I have done this before. This is a little different than last time because last time.
Oh my god, that's something I wanted to mention. I feel so bad for a lot of these VTubers that used to be in a different corpo, and they went to Vshojo hoping it would be different, and it ends up being the same. Potentially, actually, in some people's eyes, worse. Because Vshojo is just straight up non-existent now. So I feel so freaking bad. So I think that's Kuro Michi, did Zentreya come from a different age? I don't think so, but a lot of these people came from different agencies and came to this one hoping it would be better, and it wasn't. It wasn't.
I mean, I chose to leave a company that was still existing. This time, I'm choosing to leave a company which I'm pretty sure is ceasing to exist. At least don't quote me on that, but like, I mean, there's 0 members currently, so I mean, I'm just assuming. I don't know. So, it's a little different this time, right? Where do I begin here? It's hard to say where to begin. The first year of me being in Vshojo was a great blast. It was awesome. Everything was so much smoother. The contract was way better than I'd ever had from anything, right?
Like I mentioned before.
The problem
he said that it was way better than he had.
Kind of started arising the second year. The second year, everything started being a little bit more disjointed. Of course, I'm trying to be careful with what I say here, of course. The second year, you might have noticed that there wasn't as much Vshojo collaborations. Like, full group collaborations. Everyone kind of started doing their own thing. And like, not
gonna lie, that is something I did notice as well. And it's so funny because I actually knew in a weird way that was happening, but I didn't see it as like the negative thing that it was at the time, right? Because there was a period of time where they were like collaborating, doing all this type of stuff, but then they just didn't collab as much, right? And so for me, there's actually a period of time where I would say that Vshojo was just a group of indies that so happened to be in a like the vibe. That's what the vibe was, right? Because it felt like a band of people that used to come from somewhere, and they just kind of so happened to be fall under the same roof. Like because like that's the vibe. Like Hololive has this very like professional, like idol group vibe, and then Niji Sanji is Niji Sanji. But for me, Vshojo, another thing I liked about Vshojo is the fact that it felt like they were just a group of indies that just so happened to be together. That's what it felt like. And so for me, even though I realized like subconsciously that I was like, oh, they're kind of just indies that just so happen to be under like a corporation. And it's like, well, there's it turns out there's actually a reason why they were just, it felt like they were indies within a corporation. There was a reason why it felt that way.
Stuff associated
I
with,
just didn't think of
like,
it as a
the
negative
name
thing at
of
the time.
Vshojo. It was more like their own thing. Did you guys notice that on the second year I was in? That's not a coincidence. You know, there's been stuff.
Yeah,
right?
I noticed, but I didn't think it was a
Going
negative
on,
thing
but
till now.
The thing is, I guess the one thing I'd say is just a lot of empty promises. You might say, so obviously we didn't know about how dire the situation was until very, very recently, right? However, there were problems, right? And the thing is, I feel like a lot of people on the internet, especially in this like VTuber sphere, are very stupid and immature in the sense that when they hear being part of a company and they're like, oh my god, company has bad side, then they just go onto the, then why the hell are you still in the company type of shit, right? The reason why a lot of us, well, I don't want to speak for everyone, but definitely for some people, including me, to stay, before knowing about this charity thing, by the way, this is before any of that, but for that extra year, it's because we had meetings. We had meetings with Gun and other people talking about like what we don't like and what we want to see improved. And we were told that things were going to improve. We were told that things were going to change. We were told that our stuff was being, you know, took seriously, right? And, you know, the reason I mentioned about the immaturity of the, why don't you just leave that? Because if you have a job, right, in real life, and you're not just like a fucking chronically online little bitch boy, then you know that most fucking companies have downsides, right? And it's very rare that a company will actually talk to you about their downsides and say, hey, you know what, you're right, I am going to change this in the company. So obviously...
And I do agree with that, even though I do not, and I would never join a corpo. And if people were to ask me, hey, would you join a corpo or would you advise someone joining your corpo? No. If you want to go into a VTuber company, that's your choice, right? That is your choice, right? And I wouldn't be and again, there are upsides to being in a company as well. Like you could probably have some stability within that company a lot more than if you're an indie, right? Because to be honest, like I'm not gonna be like I'm not gonna be naive and then tell you that being an indie is like easy, because it's not, right? Again, you have to pay, like first of all, you have to pay for everything, right? You have to pay for everything. So if I want additions to my model, I have to pay for it. If I want new equipment, I have to pay for it. All that type of stuff. A lot of stuff that if you're in a company, well, it's complicated because I've heard some companies that they technically give it to you, but then you have to pay them back. But for other companies, they get you the model and then you just keep it and that's it, right? Or if you don't have a PC, they'll give you a PC so that you don't have to take up the upfront cost. Now, again, there are some companies that make you pay for that back, but a lot of the front end costs that allows you to become a VTuber, it is dealt with by the company, right? For me, this model, I think this model officially costs like $3,000 now. Like I think this model costs $3,000. officially around that amount. So imagine like paying for, now when I first commissioned it, it was like, and then had it rigged, it was only like $2,000. So imagine the amount of money you would have to get like a good looking like model, right? So because I had mine rigged and I had mine drawn and rigged by two different people. So you have to spend all this money just to get the model up front. I had to drop $2,000 for a PC because the laptop I had was not going to work. I had to drop money to get monitors. I have to drop money to get a webcam. I dropped money so I can get a stream deck. I dropped money so that I could get like a microphone and an arm stand and a proper chair. Like that shit is expensive. Right. And a lot of times companies help you deal with that upfront cost. Right. So in many aspects, I don't really blame people for joining companies because that's a lot of money that I had to spend just to even start it. Just to start any of this, I had to spend so much money. I'm lucky because I started working in high school and I built up my bank account so that whenever I dropped all this money, like I didn't have to work for months and months and months and then I could spend it and then drop the money. I already was working in high school and so I was already building up. So I already had a decent amount of money in my bank account. So when I made that decision to start VTubing, I already had the funds to do so, right? But if you were to like turn on a dime and you wanted to start VTubing, especially if you worked a minimum wage job and then you have other expenses you need to pay for, like that upfront cost is going to seem steep. It's going to seem steep. And again, even after I had like I think I had like $5,000 saved up in my bank account. So being able to pay for the like model and all this equipment was easy up front because I already had the money. But then I had to work like 2 months at my job so I could save up for my PC. Again, I was in high school, so I wasn't doing all this other stuff, right? Because now, like currently, I have to pay a car note, and then I'll have to pay for all these expenses, all that type of stuff, right? And the thing is, once you get that set up, if you don't want to edit your own videos, I do not edit my own videos. I have editors on VGen that do that for me. You then have to fork over even more money. You have to fork over even more money just so that they can edit your stuff, right? There are some VTubers that edit it themselves, but instead of forking over money, they fork over time. Because now instead of like going out and hanging out with your friends or your parents or doing anything else, you're sitting there editing a video so that you could post it on YouTube, right? So you, in that case, when it comes to editing, you either fork over your money or you fork over your time. So to say that being an indie VTuber is easy would just not be true at all. Now, and the thing is, depending on how you approach VTubing too, it could be even more expensive. For example, there are a lot of whenever it comes to being a VTuber, you could be one of three things. You could be a streamer, you could be a YouTuber, or you could do both. Azuri, hello, hi. I hope you're doing well. I'm just yapping about how, like, even though I would like let people know that if people were to ask my opinion, I would say being indie would be better than being a corpo. I'm not gonna act like being an indie is super easy because it's not, right? Because I talked about all the expenses I had to pay for, right? And all that type of stuff. And also forking over time and time and or money if you want things edited, right? And again, like I was just about talked about, depending on the path that you choose to take, your expenses can be even bigger. So you can either be a streamer, you could be a YouTuber, or you can be both, right? What I mean by that is I'm going to use a few examples to kind of help. So for example, if we are talking about streamer, so you are interested in streaming, you're not interested in making like long form videos or any of that, right? You are only interested in like posting like highlights of your streams, the streams themselves, and that's it. You are not interested in being a YouTuber. You are purely interested in just being a streamer. I'm going to use Vshojo for an example, right? if you look at Shoto's main channel and stuff, a lot of the main channel stuff is just random stuff that he does, right? It's not full-on length YouTube videos that have like a few decent amount of views. It's literally just random short videos that have decent views, right? But his main thing is being a streamer, right? That's where a lot of his income comes from, is being a streamer. And he posts highlights of those streams, slash the whole VODs on YouTube, and then that's really it. Right? So that's a streamer. He's a lot more streamer focused and isn't super interested in like the YouTube side. Then you have people that are full on, that are more, that you recognize them more for being a YouTuber than actually being a streamer, right? And in the YouTuber category, I would put Mugen in that category, because Mugen posts videos like videos, like he has mastered the YouTube algorithm. Actually, let me show you guys the examples so that it's a lot easier for you guys to see. Right? So let me pull up Shoto for you guys. Hopefully one of his weird videos don't pop up. Right, let me give you Shoto for example. So we have his Twitch, we have his Twitch VODs. So this is where he posts like his Twitch VODs. And then it's crazy because I always try to look up for his main channel, but his VODs always pop up first. Where's his main channel? And then we have, this is his main channel. Right? Right, so this is his main channel, right? When it comes to his main channel, he kind of just posts random stuff, right? And again, I'm not saying they don't do well. They obviously do well. But the thing is, a lot of times, if you were to be like, if I was to tell you, like, is he really like a YouTuber, as in like you recognize him for being a YouTuber? I would say no. I would say no, because he kind of just uploads whatever on here. Again, it does well because, come on, it's Shoto, right? But I wouldn't consider him like a YouTuber, right? Again, he has his VODs and then he has all these shorts about him, right? So he's more of a streamer than a YouTuber. Holy yowie, right? I was literally about to say, like, bro, I knew something about him was gonna pop up, but that's what I'm trying to illustrate, is the fact that he's more of a streamer than a YouTuber. He posts his highlights about his streams and stuff, but it's not like it's very few. I'm sorry, I can't take some of these these thumbnails seriously, bro. What is this? Right, again, I'm not saying he's never posted a video, but again, most of them are highlights so that you have an incentive to go to his stream, right? Now, if we're talking about a VTuber who's more of a YouTuber than a streamer, then I would say Mugen. Mugen has mastered the YouTube algorithm. Mastered every single video that he pumps out. First of all, it's like a full-on YouTube video, like all the editing, all that type of stuff, like a classic news VTuber video. Like, it's well made, it's well edited. Like, he is a YouTuber in all senses of the word, right? All senses of the word. Good thumbnails, good titles, good subject matter that you're talking about, things that are relevant, good editing, good voiceover. Like, everything about him screams YouTuber. He knows what he's doing when it comes to YouTube. Now, if you go over to his Twitch, again, I'm not saying he's a bad Twitch streamer, but what I'm saying is the fact that more people are going to know him for his YouTube content than his streaming content, right? Right. And again, there are times where I checked out his streams, but I'm like, if I was to pick between Mugen and like Shoto, for example, like whose stream am I most likely going to hang out in? Probably going to hang out in Shoto's. Again, not saying he's a bad streamer. I'm just saying that his focus is mostly on YouTube, right? He is literally like everything about him screams YouTuber, right? And now, the third category I wanted to talk about is the streamer and YouTuber. This is the person who can master both. And the person I want to pull up for this is Kenji, right? Because I've been in both his streams and I've watched his videos, right? So first off, Kenji has a lot of channels, right? Look at this channel, Kenji Plus. This is his reaction channel. 588,000 subscribers, right? And when you look at his reaction stuff, when you look at his reaction stuff, 100K, 200K, 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 so even though it doesn't quite reach the numbers of Mugen, he is a successful YouTuber, right? He, like, if to say that he isn't successful in YouTube would be bananas. That was not supposed to be a joke. I just said that. Same thing on his main channel, 300K. He gets more views on this channel. 300K, 100K, almost 100K, 150K, 250K. Like, main channel, right? Right? With Mugen, he has one channel where he gets a lot of views. This motherfucker got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 channels. His main channel has he literally crossed the 1 million subscriber literally like a few weeks ago. 588 subscribers, 229 subscribers. This is just his gaming channel. And again, if you look at his gaming channel, right, 80, 160, 80, 160, like 600. This one got 600, right? To say that this man doesn't know what the fuck what he's doing would be wrong. He knows what I'm doing. And honestly, I actually kind of follow his playbook when it comes to my channels, right? The reason why I have my stuff split up the way I do is because of him. Because look at this, bro. If you were to combine all his subscribers, this is like 3 million subscribers, right? Right. Is the fact that he is not only a successful YouTuber, but if you go to one of his streams, he's entertaining as hell. He's so freaking funny. Like, in my opinion, he is one of the funniest VTubers. Right? So he's one of those VTubers that was able to master both. And these are very rare. A lot of times VTubers go the streamer route. And for a very long time, that's what it felt like. That was the only route that VTubers could go down. But as of lately, for the past, like, I would say like 1-2 years, I feel like a lot of VTubers have tried to expand and think of, hey, maybe I can be like a YouTuber if I wanted to, right? But the thing is, the reason why I'm mentioning all of this is because depending on the route that you go down, your expenses could either increase or they can decrease, right? If you're just a streamer, all you have to do is like find, like for Vshojo, all he has to do is like find like an artist to do the thumbnail for like his VODs, and then he just posts it. And then for the clips, he just has to find someone to clip down his stuff, find a thumbnail, and then just post it, right? Now with Mugen, he does everything himself, right? So if you are purely a YouTuber and you want to be a YouTuber, a lot of times you're going to be editing the videos yourself. And so if the only thing you're really paying for is like software, maybe it's Adobe, maybe it's Photoshop, but the only thing you're really paying for is just software so that you can make your videos. You can make the thumbnails and then make the videos. And then obviously you have to take time to do research, right? But if you're Kenji, bro, first off, do you know how many editors this man must have to where he's posting on like 4 or 5 channels simultaneously? Because he posts on his clip channel and his main channel and his gaming channel and his reaction channel and his animation channel and his VOD channel. Do you know how many editors this shit takes? Right? There is no way this man is doing all that by himself. He has, like, if you hear him talk about how he does his YouTube stuff, he has a manager, he has a whole array of editors, because being able to maintain that many channels by himself is nearly impossible, right? But because he has to hire editors and thumbnail artists too, his expenses are probably very high. And even though he is very successful, he's probably shilling out a lot of money just to maintain everything he got. Just maintain every single thing that he has. And again, this is I think this is kind of the route that I'm trying to go down. I do, right? But I think for me personally, I'm trying to do, there are some videos like channels where I would just have a editor just do whatever they want with it. But there are definitely channels I want to open up, but do all the editing myself. But that is for the future. That is for the future. That is not for now because I don't have the time to do that. I wish I did, but I don't. But yeah, no. So when it comes to like expenses and stuff, and so the whole point, the whole argument I was trying to make with that is the fact that there are valid reasons people join corpos, because again, doing everything yourself is not easy, right? Again, Mujin, even though when it comes to expenses, is probably not super high because he just has to pay for editing software, right? He has to take up a lot of time to actually make the video, and it's probably taken him a very long time to master this format, right? Because when you first post videos, you're not going to be good at them, but then you have to build up that skill over time, right? Because if you look at the older videos, look at these thumbnails, bro. Look at these thumbnails, right? But then you look at his recent stuff and it's like, but the thing is, it took him a minute to get there. It took him a minute to get there, but he finally got there, right? Same thing with Vshojo. Now, Vshojo, technically, he probably pays a little bit more because he has to pay for artists and then he has to pay for clippers all the time. Or maybe he does clip it himself. I don't know him. I don't know his routine. All that type of stuff. But then when it comes to like Kenji, the amount of money he's forking over for all of this to even be possible is a lot. So again, I use this to highlight the fact that I'm not going to act like being an indie is super easy, because in many aspects it's not, right? I can understand why someone would be a corpo VTuber, right? Because the editors are already there. The people that manage your stuff and allow you to get sponsors are already there. You don't have to pay for that. A lot of these people do have to pay for that, or they have to pay for it with their time. And so again, this is why, even though I don't like corpos personally, I don't necessarily blame people for wanting to be in one, because then you don't have to deal with all this bullshit. In my opinion, the downsides are worse than the upsides, but for someone else, for someone else, the upsides, there are more upsides than downsides. Oh god. Oh god. Especially if you have nothing. When you have something, it feels like everything. Exactly. Right? Again, I will be honest with you guys. I'm not going to act like it's easy to maintain all of this. Like, I now feel like I have my footing. Like, I finally found like because there's a period in time where I had to change how I did things in the back end because financially it didn't make any sense. Again, I work minimum wage. I can only fork over so much money. And so I had to do a lot of back end stuff just so that I can actually afford all of this. And I finally figured it out. And I found the editors that for me are cost effective, but also do a very good job. Right? And I finally found them, but it took a minute. It took a very long time. There's a long period of time where I was experimenting and trying to change up my budget, but like it's crazy because I finally feel like I found the right people to do the job. Finally. But that took so long. But if I already had editors from the corporation, I wouldn't have had to deal with any of that. But hey, hi! It's been a minute since I've seen you, you little goober. Probably gonna hit the hey before I do. Can I leave you with a dark humor joke? Go for it? Question mark? I'm scared. Your mom does a good. What do you know about my mom? What do you know about my mama? Don't talk about my mama like that. God damn. My bad. I'm not trying to choke or anything. Ha. I don't know why I did that. OMG, in my country, trying to slow down Twitch. the quality is jumping up and down. Yeah, no. I recently got new internet, so I'm trying to adjust to it. So if the quality is going up and down, it's because I got new internet. So I'm so sorry about that. Again, I'm gonna talk to Kat and see if he can help me fix it. But it might be something we just have to wait till it kind of settles in, and then right. So we literally just got it yesterday, so that's why all that type of stuff. I do apologize. Yeah, hope it settles. Yeah. Hopefully it does. Again, if not, I'll just have Cat be tech support. Again, how do you get an emo out of a tree? Oh God, how? Oh God, you cut the rope. Thank you. Thank you. Appreciate that. Gave your YouTube a sub. Oh my God, thank you. Well, actually, well, I got multiple YouTubes now. So do you want to sub to my main channel and VOD channel and clip channel and gaming channel and art channel? Perhaps. If not, that's fine. Alright, I'm gonna continue working. Bye-bye, BB. Bye-bye. But yeah, I just wanted to illustrate that point. So but yeah, no. Yeah, I think that's everything I wanted. I think that's everything I wanted from Kuro, I think, maybe. 5 channels? Yeah. Let me yeah. Yeah. But if you want my most active channels, that will be my main channel, VOD channel, and clip channel. Those are my most active ones, right? I haven't gotten my art channel or gaming channel off the ground yet. But if you want to check out the other ones, the other 3, then yes, those are active. You should watch Berserk. It's family friendly. Anyways, what did you miss? You missed a lot. You missed quite a bit. Good luck with the uploads. Thank you. Yeah. I finally felt like I found my footing when it comes to uploading stuff. And hopefully I could yeah. I'm testing things out too, but once I can't confirm how certain things, like how editors and their workflow operate, then I'm gonna go full speed ahead, bro. And just be like, hey, edit this and edit that and edit this and that and edit this and edit. It would be so funny. I am the 40th of your clips. Yay. Thank you. I do need to check my analytics. But yeah, I think that's all I wanted from Kuro.
A lot of people were giving second chances, third chances to the company.
Oh yes. Oh yes, he did say this too. Again, people are way too nice, right? Because a lot of these people saw the cracks in Vshojo, but instead of leaving immediately, they just wanted to be like, hey, let's try to stick it out and fix it. And then it wasn't fixed.
Extending the period of time where they're still
right. Again, a lot of VTubers are way too kind for their own good. Way too kind. Hey, did you hear that Vshojo was typical Vshojo, so now they are shutting down? Really? I had no idea. Riley. No idea. I was just talking about Vshojo just because I had no idea. I was just kind of, look at the title. I was just, I know, Yeah, you're cute and you got a good personality. Thank you, Silent. Silent. Hello. The Vshojo situation is great. Oh my God! Wait, should I change my title to the Vshojo? No. I don't want to. I don't want to be. I'm not trying to be a drama VTuber. I'm not trying to be a drama VTuber. I'm just covering this because I felt compelled to. I'm not trying to be, bro. The amount of YouTube videos, and it doesn't even have to be VTuber related, where it's like we meme the fact that people are like, oh, the blank situation is crazy. But the thing is, y'all unironically use that title. Oh, the Vshojo situation is crazy. The Iron Mouse situation is crazy. Like, the amount of videos that have popped up on my timeline with that exact fucking title. Oh my god. Bro. Like, it's so crazy to me. Drama. I'm not a drama VTuber. I'm not. I'm just covering it because I felt compelled to. I felt passionate, okay? I'm not. Again, this is not going to be a daily thing. This is just, I like playing video games and doing cool stuff. What the fuck is this? Oh, it's so cute. But yeah, but no, I just felt compelled.
Right? Again, I have to preface this. This is before knowing the charity shit. Right? And for everyone else's funding, I will get on
Oh, give me a flower. Thank you.
I have something to say about that for myself.
Thank
right?
you. I love flowers.
That's why a lot of people were kind of...
Oh my god, wait. Model idea. Flower dress JV. Flower dress outfit? Question mark? J flower dress outfit. Like, I would have my hair like in like a like in a braid, right? Because my hair is long as hell. So I can have it in a braid and then it has like yellow flowers in it. What do y'all think about that? What do y'all think about that? Hold on, let me write that down. Write that down, chat! Write that down! Write it down! Okay, I wrote it down. I wrote it down. Model idea. Floral J, like you get in the garden. Wait, let me go back. Floral J. Yeah. With a sun hat. Sun hat. Yeah. Yes. Yes, yes, yes. 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 Okay, I wrote it down. Okay. All right, but yeah, Kuro's talking about Kuro, not Churro, Kuro. My bad.
Staying to see what happens, right?
Mm-hmm.
Believing in the fact that things were going to improve.
Right, and the thing is, I also don't blame them either. If Vshojo is going to them and asking them, hey, how can we improve the company? And they like gladly give their feedback, you would think that, hey, oh, the company's trying to improve because they're actually asking our feedback about how to improve it. You would think that, right? You would think that, right? Since you like flowers and gardens, I got some cute art to show you. Just Google Yu-Gi-Oh! Aramage cards and click on images. You'll see some really cute art involving the flowers. Oh, let me see. Let me see. I swear to God, if I see some AI, I would be pissed. Oh, look at those! eBay. Look at all the pretty colors. Can I not click on it? Okay, apparently I can't click on it. I don't know why. But they're pretty. Oh, this one's pretty. Ooh, that one's pretty. Ooh, these are pretty. Yeah, those are pretty. If, I think a floral outfit would be so sick. Anyway. Let's see.
Can't talk about all the things that were wrong, apart from some that were directly for me. because
Mhm.
I've signed stuff, and so has everyone else. You may have heard on Kayson's stream,
Mhm.
you may have heard that she wasn't paid, what was it, since like December, I think, last year,
Yeah.
or something like that.
I'm definitely gonna take inspo. Or not again, but I'm also gonna definitely like talk to a character designer for sure when I design outfits, because. But yeah, I think I would take some inspiration from that.
Or September last year. Okay, September last year, right? Now, we receive our money directly to our, like, us, for like Twitch, right? Like Twitch, YouTube, anything like that. The only thing that we don't receive is merchandising and sponsors. And so you might be like, oh, okay, well that's fine, right? That's
Now, I think what a lot of people need to understand is the fact that obviously money from Twitch and all that type of stuff is good, right? And the thing is, this actually answered a big question, because a lot of these people were not paid for a long time, and I wondered how they kept themselves afloat. And it's probably because of people like sending them money through Twitch and all that type of stuff. And so I'm like, oh, okay, because if I was not paid, like I would be like homeless in my apartment, because my mom loves me, and I live with her. But like I would be straight up homeless. So the fact that a lot of these people were not like put in such a dire situation, or maybe they were, maybe they actually had to move in with their family because of this situation. Again, I don't know their lives, so maybe they had to do those types of arrangements, but they just never spoke about it.
fine, because, like,
right? But the thing is, something that's very important is the fact that if you're talking about like a large, if you're a VTuber and you have like Twitch, and then you have like sponsors, and you have merch, you need to understand that out of all of those things, sponsors and merch are gonna make the VTuber the most money, right? Most VTubers are probably gonna make way more money off of a sponsor than they will off of like people giving them money, right? And so the fact that like they take so much off the top can be crippling. It really can.
you know, you have to rely on them to pay you for your merchandise and sponsor money, but at least you still get like all your main income, right?
Yeah.
The thing is,
so like all the
a
main
lot of
stuff
streamers,
is fine.
They make more money
Right.
from doing sponsors and merch than actually streaming.
Yeah.
I feel like
And again,
not
a
many
lot
people
of
understand
VTubers
that,
make more
right?
money
So
through those means than streaming. So then if the company takes a big cut of those things, then the amount of money that VTuber could be potentially be making is like cut off. Because again, like YouTube channels and like Twitch subs and all that type of stuff will always can only give you so much, right? And the thing is that it can only give you so much, right? Like you probably want your VTuber to have sponsors, because think about it like this: is the fact that first of all, you yourself don't have to fork over that money, right? And the sponsor is able to get like a popular VTuber. If you don't like the sponsor, you don't get it. And if people are interested, they get it. But the fans themselves don't have to fork over so much freaking money, right? Because again, like subs and stuff and people watching YouTube videos, that is up to you guys. And as much as that's like appreciated by any VTuber ever, having sponsors be able to cover like to on top of everything just makes it slightly easier. Because at the end of the day, like YouTube and like Twitch are very versatile. Think about it, right? People might donate like $500 to you one month, and then they might donate to you $1,000 a month, and in another month they might donate $200. Same thing with YouTube. One video you could get like $100, another video you could get like 1,000, another video you could get 500. So even though those two incomes combined can be pretty decent, they're versatile. But if you get a sponsor, you know that you're good, right? You know, like for a lot of people, just having one sponsor can cover their expenses for 1 to 2 months. right? And they don't have to deeply rely so much on their community. Because again, we're human beings. We all have jobs. We all have things we need to pay for and all that type of stuff, right? Like I would feel bad if I was to put so much responsibility on you guys to pay for everything, right? Like for me, it's just better to find other means to make money than to like beg you guys to like give me more money. Like, you know what I mean? And the more I thought about it, because there was a point in time that I think I actually said that I would rather be like community like based, but it's unrealistic. It's very unrealistic. And again, we live in very bad economic times. So to expect y'all to like fork over so much money when I don't even know y'all's living situation would just be irresponsible. It would be tone deaf and irresponsible. Consistency is much better. Exactly. Like with sponsors, your consistency is way better, right? And the thing is, you think about it, you have the Twitch money, you have the YouTube money, and then you have the sponsor money, right? That's just way more secure than having YouTube and Twitch, which can be very versatile, right? You have like a versatile YouTube, you have a versatile Twitch, but then you have a stable sponsor, and then you have merch on top of that, which makes like, it makes people feel way more secure than if they only had like YouTube and Twitch.
Sponsors bring in a very big amount of a streamer's income. That's why so many streamers do try to aim for like a monthly sponsor that just gets them through the whole month or the next 2 months, right? Sponsors are very big. So
this sucks for me though, because if I was to get sponsored, I would be so freaking picky, bro. Right? Because I don't want to be the type, even though I think it's important for VTubers to get sponsors. I don't want to be the type to just grab any sponsor, right? I do want a sponsor that I actually do believe in, right? And unfortunately, there's only a few sponsors I can count on my hand that I actually use and would actually like to be sponsored by. So that I already know when that time comes for me is gonna be very hard, because I don't want to just accept anything. Like I don't want someone to be like, I don't want to be sponsoring a scam. Like I don't want to do that because that's just stupid. I'm not gonna. That's like that's horrible for your audience. I don't want you guys to like. I don't want to be sponsored by a scam and then you guys fall for it and then y'all end up in this worse situation, right? I want to be sponsored by legitimate companies and companies where I actually use their products. But having those two checked off for any sponsor is very far few in between. So
not being paid them for a long time is
and the thing is, it's crazy because when I first heard about Honey, I thought, hey, like I genuinely thought Honey wasn't a bad idea, right? Because it's like, hey, you put this browser on and then you just say, like, for me, if before their whole expose, I probably would have taken Honey as a sponsor because I'm like, hey, it allows people to save money on whatever purchases they make online. Like, to me, that would have been helpful. I would be like, oh, that would help my audience because if they download it, then they will just get like discounts on their stuff. But then obviously the expose came out. And then you also have to think about, wait, why is Honey trying to promote this product when they literally can't make money off of it? Quote unquote, wink, wink. They can't make money off of it. It's just a company that spends money on a browser that helps you find coupons. And you don't have to pay for the browser. You don't pay them monthly. You don't pay them weekly to use it. It's completely free. Where the fuck does the money come from? Again, Markiplier said it. And again, that's and I do look back on it and I'm like, bro, I was stupid. Cause I'm like, how the fuck they're like over here sponsoring every YouTuber. And yet their extension is a free extension that you don't have to pay for. Where the fuck does the money come from? And then obviously we found out that they stole the money from the commissioners. Bought by PayPal, by the way. Yep. Yep. So yeah. Again, if I was to take a sponsor and then I find out they're a scam, I would be so mad at myself. I would be so freaking mad at myself because I'm like, how the fuck did I fall for that? All that type of stuff. I would be so angry at myself. I really would be.
it is kind of a problem, you know, because it's a big chunk of your income, right? The thing that Kason should be referring to, I don't want to speak for her, but should be referring to is the fact she hasn't been paid for sponsor money and merchandising, right? Because we get paid for like Twitch and YouTube ourselves. Like there's no Vshojo involved. Like that goes directly to whatever bank we've set up, right?
Yeah, I'm trying to get to that point, y'all. I'm trying to get to the point. I already have Twitch paid me, aka you guys, which thank you. But I'm trying to get that YouTube money. YouTube monetize me already. Please. Please, YouTube, please monetize me, please. I beg of you, YouTube. I post so consistently, YouTube, please. Please monetize me, YouTube, please. My VOD channel is the closest channel to monetization. Because, bro, that's literally just free money. Because for the VOD channel, all I do is pay for the thumbnail artist and that's it. The VODs just get uploaded. And then that it's just free money, but they need to freaking I need to actually get monetized. I'm so close, guys. Hopefully I can get monetized. Hopefully, I pray when it comes to my VOD channel at least that I get monetized before the end of the year. If I could get monetized before the end of the year on my VOD channel, oh my god. I'm so excited. But I'm so impatient.
To make sure you guys know that is a big deal. It is a big deal. So she hasn't been paid since what, September? I'm gonna tell you guys a little funny little fact. Okay, I'm gonna tell you guys
funny
a little
fact.
funny fact.
I'm scared.
You guys remember when I debuted in 2023? I sold a bunch of merch. I think I had like a shirt, acrylic stand, like some other stuff, right? It was my debut merch, right? I debuted in 2023. Yeah? I got paid for that in June 11th. June 11th.
Wait, what?
I sold a bunch of merch. I think I had like a shirt, acrylic stand.
Wait, what?
Like some other stuff, right? It was my debut merch, right? I debuted in 2023.
So he debuted in 2023, so literally 2 years ago.
Yeah. I got paid for that in June 11th. June 11th. This year.
What? So you... Bro. There's no... I think I missed that when I first watched this. So you had merch in 2023 and you didn't get the money for that merch until June 11th, 2025? Oh my god, fuck that. All the way to the fucking moon, bro. What? No. No. You are not gonna have a launch of my merch and then pay me 2 years later. No. Absolutely not. No. Fuck that shit. Absolutely not.
I got paid for that merch from 2 years ago.
That's insane.
Last month. And that's a fact. That is a straight fact. I got paid for it.
Hold on, wait. I gotta take a piss really quickly. I'll be right back. I gotta take a piss. But that's freaking insane. That's insane. You should not... That's insane. I'll be back. All right, I'm back. Wait, what did you say? When they paid him, probably cough thank charity cough. Oh my god. Yo, it would be crazy if that was the case, where they apparently just didn't make any money off the merch, which I highly doubt because Kuro is very popular. So I highly doubt that. But maybe they spent all that money and then they're like, oh, where are we gonna get that money to pay him? Oh, let's get it from the freaking charity. I wouldn't. That would be so sad if that was the case.
Not from last year. Like,
I would be very
from
disappointed.
2 years ago when I debuted, I just got paid for it last month. And that is a fact.
That would be abysmal.
And I had, Maiko really helped with this. He really pushed for getting this. Maiko made a whole spreadsheet, right? Because there was no other things accounting for this. So, big W's to Maiko. Maiko is the GOAT, and he was able to get me paid. But I wasn't paid for that first merch and a bunch of other ones. But I think the main thing to keep in mind is that first merch was 2 years ago. That debut merch is 2 years ago, guys. It's 2 years ago. It was fucking October, like 2023.
2023
Do you
October.
know how long that is?
So slightly under
lying.
2 years.
I
That's
have all the
insane.
proof, and
That
I
is
got paid for it
insanity.
last month.
There is no way that you have a merch drop and then it doesn't. You
Yeah.
don't get the money within that same
Yeah.
year.
So
That makes no sense.
here's the thing. A lot of members are going to say this, and they probably have already said this. It feels really stupid to, you know, defend the company for all the stuff. Like, because we didn't know about all this stuff, right? Like, I knew that... What is it? How do I explain this? I was missing... or I didn't know that I was missing that merchandise payment, right? Because Vshojo doesn't pay merch monthly. They pay it quarterly. And if you're a
Yeah,
streamer
no, I said this before. I
who,
loved
like, for
like
the first year of
his
me
new
streaming,
model. It's so
as
freaking
K9
it's so
Kuro,
cool.
I
It's so
was
cute.
streaming like daily for that first year, for a while, right? I was streaming a lot. And if you're a streamer who streams a lot, especially other members who stream way longer, you're trusting your like company or whoever's in charge of your financials to get it right, right? And you're not checking it all the time.
I don't, and the thing is, I don't blame people, right? We have our own lives to live. Like, at least the company, what the company is supposed to do is get like the finances right. Like, for me personally, like, I work at my job. Part of my workplace's job is to make sure they're giving me my appropriate money and make sure they're paying me my wage, right? Because again, I got a lot of other stuff to do, and constantly be checking that would be exhausting, right? So in a sense, I trust my workplace. Hey, make sure you're paying me the correct amount. Because again, we got a lot of things to do. We got a lot of other things to do and to focus on. And so having to micromanage how much you're actually like getting, like how much you're getting paid, so that you're making sure you're getting paid the right amount. Like, no one wants to do that. Like, I don't even want to do that, right? Again, I'll do a lot of things for this VTubing business or whatever that I have. Not gonna do that.
Checking all the time to make sure.
Like,
every single thing
I'm
is
not gonna
correct
do
and you're
that.
getting paid for
That's
every single thing,
unrealistic.
especially if it's quarterly.
No,
right?
like every once in a while, like maybe, but like to check it so often just to make sure you're getting paid the right amount. That's not how that's supposed to be at all.
So, I didn't pay attention to that. And by the time that I started like slowing down on streaming after around a year, you know, that was a whole year ago. So I thought, oh, that's already accounted for, right? Because who the fuck looks at that after a year and then you're like, oh, you know what? I should check if I was paid for the first merchandise I had when I debuted, right? You don't think about that. But it feels really fucking stupid and really almost humiliating to, you know, say all the things that I've said about the company, right? Like, because it's like betrayal, right? It's like, I glazed you, bro. And the thing is,
Bro, a lot of us glazed them. A lot of us did. A lot of us were like, yeah, Vshojo's the best. They're talent first. A lot of us did, bro. A lot of us did.
thing is, guys,
And we really believed
is my
it. We really did.
they have their contract was way better than I'd ever had, right? For something. I still stand by that fact. But the problem is, if you can't fucking provide what the contract says, then the contract means nothing. I'm sorry, that's just how like it doesn't, it's just like fluff. It's just false words at that point.
Mm-hmm.
Like, I don't know. That's how I feel, personally. Like, I still stand by what I said before, where I said that
I glazed them donuts with all the benefits of doubt.
had,
exactly.
Things are going
Exactly.
nice
I
in that
glazed
sense,
you, bro. I
it wasn't
glazed
really
you,
still.
and you just betrayed us.
So, like, you know, what the hell then? Once I found out about the charity thing, once I found out about that, I immediately started talking back. I was like, bro, no, I'm out. Like, it's weird as well, because a lot of people in Vshojo, like I said, we started doing our own thing. Everyone was doing their own thing, right? And, obviously, no one's really communicating with each other that they have problems with their financials. You know what I mean? Because it's their business, right? It's their financials, like other talent,
Yeah.
right? It's like my own
Now,
business.
for me personally, I find this very interesting, right? This is again an American standpoint. I don't know how this operates in other countries, but in America, you can talk about your wages openly, right? The company cannot restrict you. Now, it doesn't mean companies don't try to stop you, but legally, you are able to talk about your wage. Now, obviously, I can understand like on a privacy level, like for me, I'm an open book. I don't tell my finances to the exact detail, but I don't mind giving you guys rough numbers. But yeah, I don't blame people for keeping some of their financial stuff privately, but I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing to talk about it in a vague sense. Again, not giving exact numbers, but being like, hey, I got like if I wasn't getting any money for my merch, I'd probably be like looking at the other talents like, hey, did you guys get money for the merch? I'm not saying exact numbers, but being like, hey, did you guys like get money for the merch? But again, a lot of these people operate in different countries. So when it comes to being able to discuss salary and stuff, I don't know how it works. Also, you do have to consider that they're under an NDA, and that NDA could have said that, hey, you're not allowed to discuss. Well, the thing is, Vaby said that they had NDAs to where they straight up couldn't talk to each other. So that they could not talk to each other about certain stuff. So
Says, oh, my payment got delayed. Okay, I gotta like, I guess that's my business.
DeVay,
right?
Silver, and Nanners, they got
So
more hush
we
hush.
weren't
Exactly.
communicating this with each other.
Right? They like
You
made
know.
sure like, hey, y'all cannot talk to each other at all,
Like,
whatsoever.
obviously, some people would say stuff every now and then, but it wasn't like all the time communicating. Like, make sure each one of you all get this. Like, let's make sure they stick to this, because we weren't like that, right?
And it must
So-
suck because you feel like you're alone, and it feels like you're the only one experiencing this, and then you find out that it's like, no, it's not just you, it's everyone. But the thing is, that's the tactic that they use, is the fact that they make it feel like, no, it's just a you thing, it's just a you problem, right? And again, I'm not saying you have to tell your business like you make exactly this amount and that amount, but I don't think just discussing general finances with coworkers should be that crazy. That's just my opinion though. And again, I am in America where it is legal to do so. Again, they could be operating in countries where that's not legal.
Once this happened, everyone started coming forwards internally, being like, the fuck? Me too, right?
Mhm.
You know? It's like, wait, what the fuck? You too?
Yeah.
And
Again, they don't have to
That's
say
when
exact
everyone
numbers,
kind
being
of
like, "Hey, did you get paid for your
mutually
merch
decided
drop?"
it feels
And they
to
could
be
be like, "Yeah,
"All
no,
right,
I didn't get paid for that." And
nah."
it's like, "Dang, that's crazy. I didn't get paid for
And
that
then
either."
the charity was like the fucking icing on the cake, bro. It was like, if there was even a shred, even a 0.001%, it's gone after that. You don't fuck with charity, dude. And the thing is, I mean, dude, I can't say everything I want to say, of course, but hypothetically, if a company, hypothetically, that isn't real, took a bunch of that money and then didn't pay it to charity, that is hypothetically, very hypothetically illegal. And not something that I want to be a fucking witness to, hypothetically.
Right. And I mentioned this in the beginning of the stream. A lot of people were like, no, that's like that. No, that is hypothetically, that is embezzlement. Hypothetically, if this company took a certain amount of money that was supposed to go to charity and then they used it not for that purpose, that is embezzlement. Hypothetically, of course. That is embezzlement, right? Like that is literally the dictionary definition of embezzlement. So a lot of people are like, no, that's not embezzlement. It's just mismanagement of funds. Like, no, we are literally talking about a crime. Like they committed potentially a crime. Now, again, depending on like how that goes, it could end up as a felony. It could end up as just a misdemeanor. Again, when it comes to crimes, it can range so widely. It really can. But hypothetically, it is literally again, I could pull up the definition again just to make sure. Just to make sure. Embezzlement is a type of white-collar crime that involves the unlawful taking of funds or assets from an organization, aka Immune Deficiency Foundation, by someone who is trusted to manage those resources, aka the company, wink wink, wink wink, hypothetical company, wink wink. That's literally what it is. When someone of the this crime occurs when someone affiliated with the organization takes advantage of their position and exploits it for personal gain. Embezzlement causes often involves people in positions of authority, such as business owners, company executives, or public officials. Anyone, however, can be accused of embezzlement under certain circumstances. And again, I said this before. I don't mind reiterating, but even though I do blame the main guy, wink wink, of this hypothetical company, wink wink, he did not do this alone, because there is no way you could do all of that alone. Again, unless Iron Mouse specifically went to the CEO of this hypothetical company and forked over that money directly to him, right? Then it would solely be on him, right? But she gave it to Vshojo, the company, which contains business owners, or sorry, the hypothetical company, my wink wink, business owners, company executives, or public officials. So I would not be surprised if not only the CEO was punished legally, but also some of the executives, because that wasn't a one-man operation. There was no way it was.
Right? So, listen, man, I don't want to be like
right, because the suppression so that talent can't talk to each other. The CEO can't do that by himself. He can't just do that by himself. He had all these other employees that complied with that. All these other people that complied.
Fucking accomplice in this shit, hypothetically.
Hypothetically.
Hell no! So I'm out. I know that there's been a lot going on, but I was actually supposed to.
By the way, anything I say about Vshojo is alleged, by the way. It has not it has not been confirmed. Just alleged. You know. I'm just a girl, you know. He had a tag team partner, he had a faction, he had a gang, he had a posse, he had fellow stooges. Exactly.
Contract. Before Mousy had posted that, I had a meeting like 10 days ago or more, way more actually, 12. I don't even know. And I told them, like, hey, I want to leave. I don't agree with any of this stuff, and I want to go. And they were like, we can get that done like in a day. Like, and I was like, okay. And then the next day passed.
And I do feel
another day
bad
passed.
because even though there were some employees that were complicit in all of this, I do think there were some good people in there that just so happened to work for the wrong company, right? Because for a lot of talents, whenever it came to people that they worked with personally, they treated them well, but then it just all collapsed.
And then another day passed, and I didn't get my contract, and I was like, okay, let's see how many days it passed, right? Let me tell you guys. And I get there was a lot going on, but it just fueled my anger a little bit, just because, like, the thing is, guys, I don't ask for much in the company. Like, out of every single person in this company, I think I've probably asked the least. This is the one thing I fucking asked. I just asked, can I have my termination contract? They said yeah, and like the next day or the day after, and I ended up waiting like 10 to 11 days with no message, right? And it's like, listen, I have nothing against the guy that was sawing it, right? The guy that was sawing it, fine, whatever. I know there's a lot going on, but I'm just saying that it is very aggravating to kind of be like left along continuously.
Oh my god, I can't even imagine. You tell your employer, like, hey, can you please do this for me? And then you have to wait. And it's so funny because, again, Vshojo prided themselves on talent first and doing anything for the talent. And no, it turns out that no, if you want something done, you're gonna have to wait a long time. If you want your termination contract, you're gonna have to wait. If you want something from a certain somebody, you're gonna have to wait. It's all the same. It's all the same.
When I was told that it would be done like right away, right? Like, yeah, exactly. I want to be respected. Exactly. It's like I've never even asked for anything, you know? And it's just a little bit of a fuck you that it took that long. It's like, really? Like, I never asked for anything, bro. Ever.
Oh my god, guys, I found this random 500k in our account. Let's blow it on blackjack and hookers. Exactly. This 500k just appeared in our account, and it was definitely not meant for something very specific and very important. No. We're gonna spend it on blackjack and hookers.
Right? I didn't even do that. I didn't even fucking negotiate. I said, like, this is what I think. These are the terms. Do you agree? They're like, yeah, okay. And I'm like, okay. And that's it. Just give me the fucking termination contract. I'm gone. Right? I didn't ask for anything special. So it's not like they had to do anything. Like, it's not like they don't have these already. You know? Oh, but I get it. There was a lot of other people also wanting to do that shit or whatever. But, well, no, I don't know. No, I don't think so. Because a lot of people... Some people didn't even know about this until Mousy dropped that, which was 10 days later. So, like, no, I don't think it is that they were processing a lot of people. Because, like, bro, dude, I had to ask for that, like, 10 days in advance. Like, what? Whatever. Anyway, I just want to say, I personally, am not the biggest fan of Vshojo, but it's like I said when I left my last job, okay? Just because that I may not be fond of some things doesn't mean that every single person involved in there I don't fuck with, okay?
Yeah, that's fair.
There have been
Again, I don't think every single person within the company is a bad person, right? A lot of those talent in the company were, I don't know them personally, but they seem like good people. And some of those employees as well also seem like good people. It just so happened to just be a catastrophe.
We worked in
right?
Vshojo.
Like I like same thing. I hate my job, but there are people in the job that I fuck with. Still, if I was to like leave the job, I would probably still fuck with them, but it's got to go.
Still currently like trying to fucking run around and be like, what the fuck is happening? There are still people in there that are good people, right? So I just want to make that clear, okay? When I say I don't really fuck with it much, I'm saying like the thing as a whole, not the individuals. Except for maybe
that's
some.
fair.
But most individuals,
Mhm.
right? Most of them didn't betray me. I like updated my business email like 4-5 hours ago on Twitter, right? I updated it, and I have someone like that looks through it for me. I literally like gave them the access to look through and shit, and they
Wait, you can
messaged me
hire?
and they were like,
Wait, you can hire someone to do that? I wouldn't hire someone to do that at that stage, but that's good to know. I didn't know you could hire someone to just look through your emails, bro. Honestly, bro, I'm not gonna lie. Later down the line, I would love a freaking manager, and be like, "Hey, manager, all I need you to do is give me sponsors and like look through my emails, and then that's it." I would love that, but not at this stage.
dude, you just changed it, right? Like, I was like, yeah. I'm like, only on Twitter, right? I was like, yeah. And they're like, dude, you got like 2 offers. One is for like a convention. And I was like, what? Already? So we're already locked into a convention.
Well, that's
So
good.
literally, guys, me leaving, it's like nothing changed, really.
Let's
like, I got
go.
new merchandising
Oh my
people,
god, I'm so
and
happy for
I'm still
him.
getting like, you know, all the offers I got before.
Bro, that's
So,
what I'm talking
lit-
about. It's like you don't need the freaking company. You really don't. If you choose to not be a company, you do be with a company, you don't need them.
Truly,
You really don't.
I'm just chilling, honestly.
Because, bro, immediately
thing
you
is,
get
like,
2
of
offers.
course,
That's
there are so many
crazy.
people
I'm
affected by
super
this,
happy for him.
And fucking stealing money from charity is not a joke, okay? And I know I sound like I'm not like super sad. I have been. I'm just trying to be a little bit more positive because everyone is fucking sad right now. Everyone's sad. Everyone is screaming. Everyone's like taking the time off. I haven't streamed consistently.
I wouldn't be
in 3.5
surprised if
weeks.
after this whole
As you
debacle,
guys,
a
if you're
lot of
regular
these
viewer, you know,
talents
I haven't. So I've had a
also
lot of
get
time
sponsors.
to
Because
sit
at
in
the end of the
fucking
day,
corner of my
people
room
care
and be
about the talent and not the company, right? I bet the talents will be indies, and then they're gonna get similar amount of opportunities as they got before. Hi, hello, super cute goddess. How are you? I'm super good, thank you. We're going over Vshojo stuff. We're nearing the end. I was gonna go over 2 more people, but I'm a little sleepy. I'm a little sleepy. And honestly, a lot of the thoughts and the certain things I want to go over, I pretty much went over. So I'm probably gonna end it with this Kuro video, and then I'ma just let you guys go. Again, I'm not trying to make this a daily thing. I just felt super compelled to cover this because it's monumental. It really is. It really is. But yeah, no, I do hope everyone in this situation like gets better. I hope they bounce back bigger than ever, right? Because again, all of them can stand on their own. And again, if some of them decide to try to join another corporation, I do hope that it goes well for them. But if they all want to stand on their own and be indies, I think all of them are just as capable as to do that, right? And the thing is, bro, now that a lot of these talents are not like corporal anymore, they're in the indie scene. The indie scene is about to go crazy. The indie scene is gonna go crazy, y'all. It's gonna go crazy. Do you know how freaking excited I am for that? Right? The indie scene is about to blow up, bro. And I welcome them with open arms. Yo, I'm so excited. I'm so excited.
You're like, ah! So, you know, I've had my time. I'm not gonna lie. I'm kind of done with corporations for a little while, you know?
That doesn't
I'm kinda done
surprise
joining
me.
them. I think I'm just gonna chill as an indie.
Yeah.
All right.
Yeah.
I haven't tasted
Hey,
the indie.
join
like,
the indies,
tea
brother.
water.
Join
You
the
know?
indies, brother.
I haven't tasted it.
You're gonna
man.
have a good time.
Yeah, I am my own company. Exactly.
Exactly.
What's gonna happen
That's
to
how I
Vshojo
see
and the
myself
rest of the
too.
members and the
A
new
lot
members
of
that's coming
again, a
up?
lot of them can stand on their own. They are themselves the company. They are the
What is
reason why
Vshojo?
sponsors reach out
I
to
don't know
them.
what that is. Is that a thing that exists? I don't.
Oh,
I don't know
not the
what you're saying.
gaslighting.
I
What?
don't know
What's
what you're saying.
Vshojo?
Yeah, it
I
never
don't.
happened.
I don't even know what that is.
Like,
What's a
what?
Vshojo?
I've been a part of what for 2 years? No. I've been just streaming on my
Bro,
own
we're just
for 2
gonna
years.
pretend that we're in a coma.
The fuck? You're confusing me. Vshojo, you mean Hatsune Miku?
It's
Yeah,
just
I'm
a fever
under
dream.
the Hatsune Miku company.
Yeah, but I do hope for the best for all of these people. And I hope that Vshojo kicks rocks, bro. Kick rocks, bro. Kick rocks. Goodness gracious. Anyway, like I said, that's pretty much all I wanted to cover. I don't want to keep you guys for any longer. I said what I needed to say. But I hope that wasn't like too winded or anything. Or if you don't like the stream, that's fine, because tomorrow, hopefully tomorrow, I can play some casual Minecraft and just kind of chill in Minecraft. So that around the same time, 9 p.m. CST, CDT, I don't freaking know. Around that time, same time as when I first started this stream. So if you want to stick around for that, you can. If not, I will be back next week like I usually am. And yeah, let me go find someone on Twitch to send y'all off on, and then I'll see you guys tomorrow. But yes, I agree. It is an end of an era. It's an end of an era. But it's a new beginning, y'all. It's a new beginning. We're all gonna be sad for a little while, but hopefully we can turn it all around. We could turn it all around. Okay, let me start. Sorry, I just have a lot of freaking notifications in my freaking Twitter. I wish a sponsor would just oh wait, I'm actually curious. Ooh, I'm definitely gonna be reading that. All right, sorry. I'm gonna read that. But no, let me send you guys off. When you send you guys off, you guys are sleepy, so I don't want to keep y'all. All right, who can we raid? All right, we have Aurora. Oh, we have Bob. Or we can raid I don't know how to pronounce his name. He seems, we've raided him a few times. He actually seems he's really cool. Okay, we're actually gonna raid him again. I don't know how to pronounce his name. But yeah, I'm gonna send you guys over. Yuji. Okay, that's what it is. Or should I do Bob? I feel like Bob would be mad at me. You know what? It's fine. It's fine. Let me raid y'all. I'm sending y'all off because I am a little sleepy too. So I'm sending y'all off. Okay. I hope you guys do take care of yourselves. Stay hydrated. Drink a lot of water. Eat a lot of food and all that type of stuff. And I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. Bye bye.